Y'all, I had so much scuff already at the start of this. I already had scuff at the beginning of the stream. How much worse can this possibly get? But anyways, hello everyone. What is up? Hope y'all are having a wonderful Friday night. Yeah, as you can see from the stream category, for some of you who are familiar with me and who have seen my streams, you'll recognize that none of my, none of the categories are for VTubers. Like, I'm not in the VTuber category on Kick, nor am I on the gaming category on YouTube. Well, that's because today, I am not doing my VTuber model today. I wanted to try something a little different. So for this stream, we're doing IRL webcam because we're going to be making some tier lists and we're going to be reacting to some videos. And you probably want to see my face throughout all that. Let me lower my volume a little bit on the mic. But yep. But all right. Let's get in here. What is up? I really need to find a better intro, but yeah. That is pretty much going to be the gist for today. That's pretty much the gist for today this is going to be a relaxing stream. This is going to be relaxing. We're going to do some tier lists. Do some tier lists, do some reacting to YouTube videos. You know, all that good stuff. But yeah, don't mind my room right now. It's a bit of a mess, but that's because I live in like a 6-person household. And my room doesn't have a closet. As you can see, it is a very tiny room. So, so don't mind that. It's the best I could possibly do. But yeah, what is going on YouTube and Kick chats? How y'all doing today? Dude, I like always jam out to this music. If you don't know, this is from Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. This is one of my most nostalgic games. I used to play this religiously when I was a kid, and the music honestly really helped out with that. But yeah, no, literally throughout that starting student screen, I was just promoting to all my Discord servers, and I have a lot of them, so... Yeah, no, just from looking at things, it is running well. I am... Oh, geez. Yeah, no, just from how things are looking, things are going well. So yeah, maybe after this song ends, we can get started. And I'll have to look through this playlist I have and make sure it's actually DMCA free, so I don't get in trouble. I know the Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 soundtrack is because I've used it in all my streams so far. Yeah, no, honestly, it was kind of an uneventful day today. I mostly just like wanted to relax myself, you know, get ready for the stream, and I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow as well. But King, you are here. Welcome. playing House Flipper on the side. But you'll be lurking, so I'm not that important. You'd rather be fucking playing House Flipper than watching me. You're a fraud friend. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But no, King is actually a lovely guy. We're actually going to be watching one of his videos today and reacting to them, and I'm sure, King, you know which one that is. Wink. But yeah. All right. So I think we're about to get started here. So let's pray there's no scuff. Hey, would you look at that? There's no scuff. Love to see it. But yeah. You have the music at House Flipper muted if that's anything. Fine. You win this round. Yeah, let's put on the next... Oh, that might be a little loud. I'll turn that down a little bit. But yeah, let me know how the volume is today. Yes, King, that's today. Yeah, no, let me know how background music volume is. If I need to turn it down, if I need to turn it up, let me know. But to get started, we're gonna be doing some tier lists, and I'm not sure if you can see. Where is my cursor? I probably have to be clicking on the. Oh, there's my cursor. Okay, I had to be clicking on the window. But yeah, no, as you could probably tell from this in the little corner, that's what we're starting with. We're starting with a Star Wars film tier list. Now, I've been seeing a lot of these recently. Sound is good. Okay, awesome. But I've been seeing a lot of these tier lists recently. I don't know if you guys know, but there's a YouTuber out there by the name of Chase. He's done animation tier lists for Illumination, DreamWorks, and Disney, and his most recent video was actually on Star Wars. So I'm like, why not throw my head in the mantle and let's rank all 11 main, like all the live action Star Wars movies, the prequels, the original trilogy, the sequels, the sequel trilogy, and the spin-offs as well. You're not hearing me cough. Oh wait, this is also for YouTube as well. Oh man, that means I gotta all right, I gotta hit the recording button. But yeah, oh well, I guess if it's going somewhere, it is going to be on MP4. I'd have to stop my stream if I wanted to fix this, but yeah, I guess I can just record straight from the software. I could probably just record straight from the video, the VOD itself. Oh well. All right. We got to get started with the I feel like we should get started with the YouTube intro. Hold on, let me move my. Oh wait, you won't be able to hear. Damn it. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to hope the rest of this music. Oh wait, no. It can't, because the next song is the Uncharted theme. That's definitely copyright. So I'll start with, for music wise to start this. Probably. I'm not sure. I'll probably start with this song from Sonic Mania. You know, first and foremost, The Last Jedi F tier. You might be surprised on my takes on Star Wars. But I think to get this started, over that. All right. We're gonna have to get started here. All right, let's do the YouTube intro. Ready? What is up, my fellow gamers and fellow video enthusiasts? My name is K-Dog, and today we're gonna be ranking all 11 main series Star Wars films from worst to best, in my personal opinion. Now, my personal takes on Star Wars might be a little different from the rest of the fandom, so I know I know you're out there, so just so just leave a comment down below if you agree with me, but don't plan on shooting me if I have a bad opinion of Star Wars, please. Like, I love a majority of these movies. I grew up with Star Wars, so yeah, without further ado, let's get started here. How was that for a YouTube intro? All right. So I think we got to do the obvious tiers here. I got to actually add one more tier. And we'll know where that is. Okay, so my tiers for this list, we're going to have Jedi Master. These are the best of the best Star Wars movies. Like, the best of the best. You can't really compete with them. And they're mostly generally agreed upon in the fandom. Next, we're going to have Jedi Knight. These are the pretty great Star Wars movies. Like, they don't have much that's wrong with them. But at the same time, they may have some noticeable flaws about them as well. Okay. B tier. That King. We're not gonna bring up the Christmas special. All right. It's not even a part of this tier list. Shut up. But yeah, oh, B tier. I got the perfect name. What's the name of that casino from Last Jedi? Hold on. What's the name of that casino? Canto Bite. Yeah. I'm gonna call B tier Canto Bite, because that's where all the casinos are. And you know, you're just there at casinos just to have a good time. You're not there to like have the most fantastic time of your life. You're there to just have a good time. So that's what we're calling it, Canto Bite. Let's see. What should we call C tier? I'm curious. What should we call C tier? Do I just go straight up and just say mid, or like find something Star Wars related? Well, I kind of already know what, I know what I'm just gonna call this tier immediately. Oh wait, D tier. This one's gonna be funny. That's a funny name for D tier. You know, I'm gonna be completely unoriginal. I'm just gonna wait a minute. That's actually really funny. Hold up. I like that, actually. But yeah, these are going to be our tiers. S tier is for the Jedi Master. These are the best of the best Star Wars movies. You honestly cannot go wrong with any of these. A tier is for Jedi Knight. These are the great Star Wars movies. Then you got B tier, which is Canto Bite. For those of you unaware, Canto Bight is the casino areas. It's the casino areas from The Last Jedi. Because you're only at casinos to have a good time. And then we got C tier, the Ray tier. I'm actually curious if any of the sequel trilogy will be in C tier. Not sure yet. And then the D tier, obviously, I have to oblige. All right. And then finally, the F tier, which is for dog shit. Yeah, no, I think we are ready to begin. Now, how do we want to do this? Do we want to go... Wait, do we actually want to make a wheel? Do we want to make a wheel and make them random? Like, make them random based on which one I have to talk about? Actually, that's actually a great idea. You know what? I'm doing that. I'm not sure of the... I'm not sure what the website is called where they make those like those VTubers make those wheels. I forget what it's called. Oh, this is the wheel. This is the wheel. Okay, okay. All right. I'm gonna put these in. A New Hope. Empire Strikes Back. Return of the Jedi. The Phantom Menace. Attack of the Clone. Oh wait, I'm I can't spell. Attack of the Clones. Revenge of the Sith. The Force Awakens. Rogue One. Solo. The Last Jedi. And finally, The Rise of Skywalker. Honestly, I should mix these around actually. So I'm just gonna completely randomize all this. Just so it doesn't look predictable. All right, that should be good. Solo was one of your favorites. Is that a hot take? Kind of. I know a lot of people who enjoyed Solo. But, I mean, there's a lot of people who enjoyed Solo, but I don't think it's one of their favorites. I'm gonna mute this just for this stream. But all right. We have our movies in the wheel. So, let us see what we are going to be talking about first. Give me something good to start. Oh no. Oh no. Attack of the Clones. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Attack of the Clones. I think there is a reason that I made this tier the name it is, because it is going to go right there. But Attack of the Clones, honestly, I mean, there are some great moments in Attack of the Clones, let's be real. There's all the stuff that happens at Geonosis, the Count Dooku fight with Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Yoda. We slowly get to see Anakin's descent into the dark side in this movie. Like when his mother dies and his mother dies on Tatooine, and he pretty much just murders a bunch of Tusken Raiders. But it's not just the men, but the women and the children too. I hate them. No, but yeah, I think Anakin was portrayed pretty well in this movie. He just his slow descent to the dark side started in this movie. But the reason I just hate this movie so much is just it has one of the most confusing plots I have ever experienced in a Star Wars movie. There is just so much that happens in this movie that it feels super bloated. Like, you could have established some of these points in Phantom Menace to like you could have established some of these things in the Phantom Menace to like build it up for Attack of the Clones, but there's just so much going on here that it just leaves me all super confused. Because like, what is there? There's the relationship between Padme and Anakin. There's Obi-Wan going to Kamino and discovering the clone army. Emperor Palpatine. Like Palpatine forming the Galactic Republic. Like all the stuff with Count Dooku and the Sith. It's just, there's just so much that happens in this movie that it's just so ridiculous how much that happens, and it just leaves me so confused. But like, I think the film is shot pretty well. The actors were trying their hardest to make this confusing story work. But I just feel like the plot just kind of drags down this movie so much. And honestly, Attack of the Clones might be my least favorite of the prequel trilogy. Kind of sucks too, because like this was supposed to build up to Revenge of the Sith, and I just don't think it did that good of a job. But yeah, that's gonna be my piece on Attack of the Clones. Let's we're hiding that one now. Move on to the next one. Give me something good. Okay. So, Force Awakens. This was the first movie to be made by Disney once they took over Lucasfilm. So the sequel trilogy is where we enter Disney territory. And say what you want about the Disney and Lucasfilm merge and what they've done to Star Wars, but honestly, it's hard to say with Force Awakens, because like obviously it just steals the entire plot of A New Hope. It just pretty much takes every single idea, every plot line, every major thing that happens, it just takes it from A New Hope, which was probably one of the worst ideas this film could have done. But like, I remember the hype this film had like back in 2015. Like it was just the hype around like a brand new Star Wars trilogy. You have no idea like how massive this was, not just for the fandom, but like also just for media in general. I mean, like Star Wars is massive. It is it's probably one of the most beloved franchises out there. But yeah, I'm just stalling. Force Awakens, of course, it pretty much takes everything from A New Hope, but you know what? This film wasn't actually that bad. I mean, obviously it's super derivative of A New Hope, but like, okay. So, a lot of franchises do the exact same thing. Alien's done it. Jurassic Park has done it. Marvel has done it. Like there's just been a lot. Like there's more than just Star Wars that just does this derivative stuff. But yeah, Force Awakens was honestly it was kind of good. Like, I love how much of a threat the First Order is in this one, because you know that beginning scene where they pretty much just burn down and murder an entire village of people. Like, that just goes to show how cold, ruthless, cruel, and how deceiving the First Order is. But like, despite there being a lot of good things about The Force Awakens but like, another thing I really like about The Force Awakens is Finn. I think they did him really well here. And honestly, he should have been the one to take the role of the Jedi, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, no, I really enjoy how they made Finn here, and especially Kylo Ren. I think if there's one thing that you have to give credit to the sequel trilogy, is that Adam Driver as Kylo Ren is honestly the best thing about these movies. He makes him so intimidating, so threatening. And like there is a reason a lot of people in the Star Wars universe fear his presence. And like, his design is also just super badass. Like, a kind of an upgrade to Darth Vader in a way. Though I still prefer Darth Vader over Kylo Ren. But yeah, my biggest problems with The Force Awakens are, one, Rey. I think Rey in this movie is a bit of a Mary Sue, because once she's the main focus of the plot, Rey kind of feels like a Mary Sue, because she just gets out of any situation that she's into with like no issue whatsoever. And that's honestly just like, that's just super boring. Like, yeah, no, I just think Rey's Mary Sue like personality just did not work in this movie. She gets better in The Last Jedi, but we'll get there when we get there. While it was nice to see Han Solo and Princess Leia back, or I should say General Leia, it was nice to see them back, but like, they're still doing the same stuff as they did in A New Hope, or like in the original trilogy. Like, what's Han doing? Oh, he's still smuggling. Leia, no, she's still commanding the Resistance. So it's like, it's fun. Like, they're fun in their roles for sure, but it's like, I don't know. I just wish they did something different about them. And also the reveal of, Kylo Ren being Han Solo's son. That was neat. That could have been an interesting diversion. But like, they don't really do much with that. Because like, the one time we experience Han Solo and Kylo Ren, like from father to son, is when Kylo's just there to kill him. And it's like, you honestly could have just developed that a lot more. But yeah, aside from like, all those gripes, I still think Force Awakens is a pretty good movie. Like, the action's really solid. The lightsaber fight at the end was okay. Like, the action itself, like I said, is really good. It's shot well, like any other Star Wars movie is. The music is absolutely phenomenal. Of course, John Williams just absolutely killing it every time. For every Star Wars score, honestly, that John Williams does, he just kills it. But yeah, no, Force Awakens was honestly just pretty good, but not exactly good enough to be considered a great movie. But all right. Next one. Ooh, baby. All right. A New Hope, the very first Star Wars movie. Nearly 50 years old, too. This thing came out in 1977. And, like, honestly, A New Hope it changed a lot for the movie industry. Like, it really, like, it changed everything from the sci-fi genre to how movies are made to just the overall path or trajectory that Star Wars was going to go for. But yeah, no, I honestly think there's no disagreeing with this whatsoever. A New Hope is just one of the best Star Wars movies, period. Like, it's got a straightforward, laser-focused plot about Luke becoming a Jedi, the rebels trying to take down the Empire, the Empire developing their Death Star, and like it's the plot is just it's straightforward, it's laser focused, and that's honestly that's just honestly what we want in a Star Wars movie. And like, guys, I cannot tell you how amazing this movie still looks 50 years later. Like, this came out in 1977. I wasn't born until 20 years after, and this movie still looks incredible to this day. Just the practical effects George Lucas pulled off with his with like his own company as well, Industrial Lights and Magic. Like, it just made the movie look that spectacular, even to this very day. Plus, the music is still amazing as always. But yeah, no, this was also the introduction of quite possibly the most iconic and beloved villain in media history. Darth Vader, you know he's amazing and iconic for a reason. Like, his slick design, his intimidating presence, his overall power. Like, he really incites fear throughout the entire galaxy, and it's easy to see why. Oh god, I'm hiccuping. But yeah, no, I don't think there's really much else to say. I mean, just A New Hope is just like, it's just honestly one of the best Star Wars movies, period. And I'm not sure how you wouldn't believe, how you wouldn't think that, because pretty much everyone in the fandom agrees that A New Hope is, like, you know, fantastic. Like I said, the plot is laser focused, it's straightforward, and we love that. The villains are super intimidating and threatening. Luke, Han, and Leia make for amazing chemistry, along with Chewbacca as well. Like, there's just so much to love about A New Hope. And I'm still super grateful for A New Hope to this game, because without A New Hope, without George Lucas, without any of this, there would be no Star Wars. Like, I mean, obviously there was the comics too, but like, we wouldn't see, like, we wouldn't have any Star Wars films if it weren't for this movie. And I am super grateful for that. But yeah, next up. Ooh, okay. This is gonna be interesting. Revenge of the Sith. This one, oh my god, I remember this movie. I remember watching this movie from the back of my head. It was May 19th, 2005. I was 6 years old. I had yet to turn 7 yet. And me, my brother, and my dad went to go watch this day one in theaters. And I remember the hype that was surrounding this, because this was supposed to be This was allegedly supposed to be the end of the saga. Like the end of Star Wars movies as we knew it. But then, well, we got the sequel trilogy, but we'll get to that. But yeah, Revenge of the Sith. Oh, okay. This may be slightly controversial. But I love this movie. It is one of the darkest and most tragic Star Wars movies of all time. But I will not deny the flaws that come from this movie. Like for starters, there's just so many bloated scenes in this movie that honestly shouldn't have been in the movie at all. Like there is just so much filler that you could have just cut out and it would have made the movie infinitely better. But yeah, no, because there's so many bloated scenes, sometimes the movie can drag on. And, you know, those scenes are just also super boring. But like, this movie, I have a soft spot for this movie. Not just from watching it day one, but like what it really meant for me. Because like I have watched all the Star Wars movies up until this point with my family. And just like to see the end of a saga happening, it just was such a sad but amazing feeling as well to grow up with these movies. But yeah, part of why this movie is S tier is because of nostalgia. But aside from that, this movie is one of the darkest and most tragic movies to have ever come out of the Star Wars universe. Like Anakin's descent to the dark side, like the straight up genocide and murder, like the genocide of all the Jedi. Like it just did a great job of building up tragedy and darkness for Anakin's character. Anakin is definitely the best in this movie, in my opinion. Like, say what you will about Hayden Christensen, I think the dude did great as Anakin here. Because like he really portrays Anakin's like descent into the dark side and madness. He portrays it very well here. But like, yeah, the action is really solid. The lightsaber fights are some of the best in the franchise. The score is probably the best out of any Star Wars movie, in my opinion. Like, yeah, it definitely holds a special place in my heart. But like I said, aside from the nostalgic reasons, it's still a well-made movie all around. Like, aside from the bloated scenes, like the action is really solid. It's shot fantastically. The score is one of the best in the entire franchise, if not the best. Like it gets so dark and tragic at some points that sometimes it's really hard to watch. Like, especially the Order 66 bit and when Obi-Wan finds out about it with Yoda at the library. Like, it's like moments like that are what really elevate this movie higher up than the majority of Star Wars movies. It's because of its tragic story. Even though it may not have been written out the best, I still think, because like, this is how I like to think about Revenge of the Sith. Is it a good movie? Yes. Is it a good Star Wars movie? Absolutely. Like, a lot of people are mixed on this movie, but like, it is a good movie, but it is an even better Star Wars movie. And that's why I think it's S tier. But yeah, moving on. Next on the chopping block, what do we have? Ooh, all right. Empire Strikes Back. So, the direct sequel to A New Hope. And I honestly think there is no point. There's no point in trying to debate this. This is the best Star Wars movie, period. It's the best Star Wars movie. It's one of the greatest sequels of all time. It expands nearly on everything A New Hope established for Star Wars, and it just did so many good things. It just did so many good things well. Like, the story is even more laser focused than A New Hope, and that really benefits the movie. But like it expands on pretty much nearly everything that has to do with Star Wars. The world, the characters, like the action, just pretty much nearly everything was expanded upon in this movie. Everything was expanded upon and introduced new themes into the Star Wars universe, like the theme of family. And like, this movie can be just as tragic as Revenge of the Sith is sometimes. Remember when Han, like, literally, like, remember what happened to Han? Like, that was a humongous twist. I don't think many people saw coming in 1980. And even then, we can't talk about this movie without talking about one of the greatest twists in movie history. Of course, being Darth Vader, aka Anakin, being Luke's father. That is one of the greatest plot twists to have ever come out of any movie, period. And I'm glad it came from a Star Wars movie. But yeah, no, Empire Strikes Back, honestly, it's just the perfect sequel. Like, it expands on everything from A New Hope. World, characters, action, music. It introduces new themes into the Star Wars universe. And it left a massive impact on the franchise because pretty much every single plot line from here to Revenge of the Sith was based around the twist in this movie. Like, the entire point of the prequel trilogy is how this twist came to be. That's how you know a movie is fantastic, when it's able to impact its franchise tenfold. And that's why I think Empire Strikes Back is still the best Star Wars movie of all time. And I think there's just absolutely no contest about it. Oh boy, okay. Phantom Menace. So, like, oh man, okay. I think I know what I have to do. Phantom Menace. It began the prequel trilogy, but like, even then, it's still not that great. Like, because like, the way I see both Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones is that honestly, you can just laugh at them at how bad they are. They are ironically bad. Like, ironically bad that you could just laugh at these movies at how bad they are. But yeah, I just don't think Phantom Menace was off on the hottest start when it comes to like, I don't think Phantom Menace was on the hottest start when it comes to setting the prequel trilogy on a high note. Because, like, the only reason I have Phantom Menace higher than Attack of the Clones is because, well, there's a few reasons. One of them being, like, I just think the plot is easier to follow here. Like, the plot is just a lot easier to follow in a Phantom Menace. Like, the introduction of Anakin, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's relationship, as well as Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship. But, like, what really sets Phantom Menace apart from Attack of the Clones is just, there's just a lot more memorable moments that happens. Like, you guys gotta remember the introduction of Darth Maul, the opening bit in space right above Naboo, the pod racing, the final duel between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul. That is one of the greatest lightsaber fights in the history of Star Wars. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Like, but like, I feel like the movie did do a good job of at least like establishing the world of the prequels. Like, at least some of the world. But like, yeah, there's just not much else going on with this. There's not just much else going on with this film. The music isn't even like that impressive compared to a lot of other Star Wars soundtracks. Like, even Attack of the Clones had a better soundtrack. I don't know how you messed that up. But like, yeah, there's just not much else to say about the Phantom Menace. It's just bad. Ironically bad. And yeah. All right. Next one up. We got 5 movies left. We still have 2 sequel trilogy movies, so we're gonna have to see how this goes. Oh no. All right. I have a lot to say about The Last Jedi. I have a lot to say. Now, dude, this movie gives me so many conflicting feelings. Because, like, when I first watched this movie back in 28... When did this movie come out? I believe it was 2018. No, 2017. So yeah, back in 2017, this was right when I was in college. When I watched this movie for the first time, I absolutely hated it. Like, absolute dog shit. Like, just absolute dog shit movie. That was my first experience, but, you know, after rewatching this movie several times, and plus what happened with Rise of Skywalker, King, you're not gonna like this answer. I thought this film was okay. Like, there's just so much wrong about this movie that it is actually really laughable. But at the same time, the more I've watched this movie, the more that I can appreciate that it took a different direction with the plot. Specifically around 2 characters, Luke and Rey. I'll start with Rey. So, remember how I didn't like much of Rey as a character in Force Awakens because she was more of a Mary Sue? Well, they just completely get rid of that in The Last Jedi. Like, I honestly appreciate how Rey overestimates her own abilities, and that gets her into a lot of trouble. Like, that gets her in a lot of trouble between Kylo and Snoke. Like, I like how she overestimates her own force powers. But, oh yeah, and also, okay. I also want to talk about the reveal of Rey's parents. Like, right after what Rise of Skywalker did, which we'll get to, now that I've watched both this and Last Jedi, I think the reveal of Rey's parents being nobodies felt like an actual crushing reveal. Like, that is the last thing Rey wanted to hear. Like, that is the last thing she wanted to hear, that her parents, nobody cared for her parents, and that nobody cared for her until she met the Resistance. Like, that's an absolutely crushing reveal, and I wish they went into that more, but they just don't. This was at the end of the movie, and what is she doing at the end of the movie? Oh, she's just floating some rocks around and shooting things from the Millennium Falcon with a cheery smile on her face, and it's like, wait, wasn't she just revealed with an absolutely crushing reveal that her parents were nobodies, and then she just completely forgets about it? Like, what? That's insane. But yeah, okay, now we gotta talk about Luke. Oh man. So did the majority of the fan base like what they did with Luke? No, they didn't. But at the same time, I can respect what they did with Luke. Because, like, you know, you'd think he'd be the epitome of optimism and heroism given the original trilogy, but, like, I like where they took his character. Like, turning him into this crusty old man who just does not, like, he just doesn't want to deal with anything anymore. But, like, I can see why people hate Luke here. I don't have the same opinion. I actually appreciate the direction they took with Luke, because it's something different. Because, like, remember when I talked about Force Awakens and how Han and Leia are still doing the same shit that they were doing in the original trilogy? Well, Luke's not like that. Luke is not like that whatsoever in this movie, and I can appreciate that they did something different. But then, like, you have the tone of the movie, which absolutely sucks. The First Order is made into an absolute joke in this movie, aside from Kylo. The casino scene is just bad. The theme of failure in the movie is just, it's not executed well. And, like, this theme of failure and the plot itself, like, the whole movie was just simply trying to subvert expectations for the sake of subverting them. But it didn't work out. But like I said, there's just, like, there's terrible things about the movie, but there's also some strong moments as well that I can appreciate, like Luke's character, like the directions they did with Luke and Rey, the action, the music. Like, and especially the moments in the throne room, the lightsaber fight in the throne room and the lightspeed ram. Like, those were very well shot. I can't deny this movie is very well shot. And the actors were at least doing the best they can with a script that honestly just didn't really go over well. But yeah, no. You see why now I have a lot of conflicting feelings with Last Jedi. Like, there's a lot I think the movie did right, but there's also a lot that I think the movie did wrong. So that's why it's going to be in the C tier. All right. 4 movies left. Well, I was going to have to talk about this movie at some point or another, but I think there is a reason that I call this movie The Rise of Shitwalker. That I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me on this. Like, The Rise of Skywalker is just horrible. Like, literally in every single aspect, this movie is horrible. Like, why the fuck is Palpatine back? He clearly died at the end of Return of the Jedi. Why the fuck is he here? Why is he here? And like the reveal of Palpatine being the reveal of Palpatine and Rey being related to each other was absolutely fucking stupid. Like, there was absolutely no reason to relate these two together whatsoever. Like, there's just nothing in this movie that works. The plot. Predictable, unmemorable, bloated, and just not much goes on. The action, so underwhelming. Like you'd have to actively try. Like, you have to actively try to make action in Star Wars look bad. Like, I don't know how you mess that up. I really don't. And just, oh God, don't even get me started on the music. The music is just like, you want to know how bad the music in The Rise of Skywalker is? A majority of the soundtrack is not original. It's taken from previous Star Wars movies. So the soundtrack can't even get anything right. It's not even more original than unoriginal. Oh, and oh yeah, the fucking stupid force healing that Kylo did to Rey only for him to die. It's like, what? There's been absolutely no indication of force healing throughout any Star Wars media. Any. Comics, films, games, shows. Nothing. There's no indication that the Force could just heal someone and then you just die on the spot. Like, what? That's absolutely ridiculous. Just, I hate how much this movie does wrong. And honestly, a majority of the fandom can agree that this movie just no. Just absolutely not. Man. Well, the good news is we got 3 pretty fun movies to tackle for last, so let's see which one we get to talk about first. All right, Solo. But you know we have to have it because Raylo. Oh God. Yeah, Rey x Kylo should not be a thing, but they made it canon. It's just like, what the fuck? All right. Anyways, moving on to Solo. So this is the one I've probably watched the least out of all the Star Wars movies. So correct me if I'm wrong on some stuff. This is the part where you and I become enemies. Oh no. Okay. But yeah, Solo is the movie I've probably watched the least out of all the Star Wars movies. But you know what? This movie's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun movie. It doesn't try to do anything massive. It doesn't try to be this big epic masterpiece. And to be honest, it really doesn't have to. It's just a fun movie about Han Solo in his youth and just his smuggling adventures. That's all we really wanted from a Han Solo story. We just want a fun sci-fi adventure smuggling. We just want a fun sci-fi smuggling adventure with Han Solo. And they pretty much just gave us that. And I honestly couldn't be any more happier with how they took the direction of that movie. Because they could have gone into many different directions for a story about Han Solo. But I feel like they made the right choice here. Just making it fun. And that's all we really want out of a Han Solo movie. It's just fun. Is it the most complex movie of all time? No. But does it have to be? Also no. It's just trying to be fun. And I respect that. I respect how fun it wants to be. But all right. 2 movies left. All right. So we're starting with Rogue One. So Rogue One was the first movie spinoff that, the live action Star Wars movies decided to do. But for a spinoff, it's a pretty great spin-off movie. I really like Rogue One. Because, the thing I really like about Rogue One is how it takes a different direction in its tone and plot compared to the rest of the Star Wars universe. I like how this movie, takes place between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, where... Oh, this music might actually be copyrighted because it's Persona. This might actually be copyrighted, so I'm going to lower it a little bit. But I like the different direction they took with Rogue One. Being taken place between Revenge of the Sith and Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. And how the whole focus of the movie is just about the plans of the Death Star and how it came to be in A New Hope. I just think this movie did a nice transition between what happened after Order 66 and what happened right before the events of A New Hope. I just think it does a good job with that. Plus, I think it's also pretty funny. I laughed at quite a few scenes in this movie, and much like Solo, it's not trying to be this big epic masterpiece or anything. It's just trying to be a fun movie with a good plot, good characters, of course, outstanding music, shot very well. And yeah, I just honestly really appreciate the direction that they took with Rogue One. Yeah. And the final movie is Return of the Jedi. The end of the original trilogy. Oh, I'm gonna need more water after this, but yeah, Return of the Jedi. This is one I've also not watched that much compared to the rest of the series. But you know what? I really should be watching more of it because I think this movie is also pretty great. Like to finish off the original trilogy, it's not exactly hard to do when your like competitors in your trilogy are A New Hope and one of the greatest sequels of all time. So kind of hard to compete, honestly, but I still think Return of the Jedi is a great movie. It wraps up a lot of the plot beats from Empire Strikes Back. It just does a good job at like oh my god, words, me. It just does a good job at being the end of a trilogy. Like, the trilogy is just supposed to stick the landing, and like you're like the entire point of a trilogy, if you're the third one, is to just stick the landing and expand and finish up nearly every plot point, like every character arc, nearly everything on what the previous two movies have done. And I think it does that very well here. Like, Luke's arc is complete here. His relationship with his father, Darth Vader, is complete. Like, a whole redemption arc. And like, I just think it's trying to be fun. It's another fun movie. Like, that's pretty much all the Star Wars movies in a nutshell. They're just trying to be fun at the end of the day. But yeah, this is going to be my Star Wars tier list. Turn this back up a little bit, just because we're probably no longer hitting copyright territory. Yeah, no, I'm going to download this, and this is definitely going to be a video in the future. So I'm going to download this, and it's going to go into my Twitter, and I'm just going to post it with no context. Solid ranking, honestly. Oh, I really appreciate that. You know, I tried my hardest when it comes to like my honest opinions about stuff. But there we go. That's posted on there, and I'm gonna go on the Blue Sky and do that as well. All right, so I need to go get some water real quick. So while I'm gone, King, if you're still here, give me another topic to do a tier list for. Give me another topic to tier list for. It could be movie related, it could be gaming related, it doesn't matter. Just give me something. Just give me something for a tier list. Yeah, just give me a topic for a tier list, King. I will be right back. And I gotta grab some water, and I'm gonna stretch a little bit. All right, I'm back. All right. All right, King, have you thought of something? Starter Pokemon? Okay. So, are we talking about the whole evolutionary line? Do I have all of them here? Okay, it looks like, yeah, I got all of them here. Just the starters in general, but like, what does that mean? Does it just mean, so like if I'm ranking, let's say I'm ranking Bulbasaur, do I just talk about Bulbasaur? Or do I talk about Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur? Like, am I doing just Bulbasaur? Or the evolutionary line? I have to remember the names of these. It's been a while since I played Pokemon. Chimchar, Tepig, Oshawott, Snivy, Chespin, Froakie, Chespin, Froakie. God, what's the fox's name? God damn it. I was already forgetting. I was already forgetting the names of them. Fennekin, god damn it. Fennekin. Rowlet. Litten. Poplio. Grasser, Grookey, Scorbunny. Grookey, Scorbunny, Sobble. And then finally, Sprigatito. Fuecoco. Quaxley. Oh, there we go. I can just hit shuffle. All right. Honestly, just for the sake of time, because some of these videos I'm reacting to are like an hour long, I'm just gonna do the starters. I'm just gonna do the starters. So we'll start. Oh, we're starting off with a good one. Starting off with a good one. What am I doing? Where's my tier list? All right. So starting with Poplio. I honestly really like Poplio. Yeah, we'll do evolutions too. We'll do evolutions too. We'll do the whole line. So Poplio. And I'm gonna probably go lightning fast with these, but I think Poplio is really good. It's a cute design of a seal. Brion is good as well. Primarina is amazing. And I'm mostly just going into designs here. I'm not going to talk about battle properties because that would honestly take forever to do. So I'm just going to do I'm just going to look at these Pokemon in terms of design. If I go into battle properties as well, it will take forever. But yeah, no, Poplio is really good. It's got a cute design. Primarina is also has an amazing design of a Songstress Pokemon. I just think it's got a great design. But yeah, I'm going to try and go lightning round on these. Ooh, Chimchar. I love me a monkey. I love me a good monkey Pokemon, and Chimchar is definitely it. Chimchar's got a cute monkey design. Infernape being based on Sun Wukong is also really cool as well. I just really like the Chimchar line. I just think the designs of the Chimchar evolution line, they're just cute, honestly. But yeah, no, this lightning round. Okay, so if we were talking about battle property wise, then Tepig would be down here. But since we're talking about designs only of the evolutionary line, he goes here. Tepig just, I don't know, Tepig doesn't really seem that memorable of a starter to me. Plus, not to mention being like the third firefighting evolution starters in a row. And it's just like, come on, why couldn't you just think of another typing? Like, you could have done Fire Dark before Litten did it, and it would have been so cool. But yeah, Tepig, it's just unmemorable of a starter to me. That was almost Mudkip. I can feel your excitement fade a bit. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there with my little Mudfish boy. We'll get there. What do we got? Ooh, Litten. Okay. All right. Litten. Say what you will about the likes of like Incineroar and stuff like that. Say what you will about him in the competitive community or whatever. I like what they did with Litten here. I really like what they did with Litten. Like, the goal for a wrestler evolutionary line of Pokemon to not be firefighting is actually crazy. But also, fun fact, the dark typing is also, the part dark typing on Incineroar, it represents him as a wrestling heel. Because, like, wrestling heels are meant to be, like, the villains or so of wrestling shows. So, to have him be fired dark, I think that was honestly such a genius, approach to Incineroar. But yeah, no, I just love the Litten line. Cute design for a cat, even though Incineroar doesn't go on all fours, but whatever. Litten is fire, pun intended. Yep. Sure is fire. Okay, Snivy. Snivy's pretty mid, if you ask me. Like, I love the idea of a garden snake Pokemon for superior, but I don't know, the Snivy line, because like they're superior, but then on the other side there's Servine and Snivy. And to be honest, one thing about Snivy that I absolutely despise this fucking smug ass face. I hate this shit. I hate this smug ass face that he pulls off. Like, what the fuck? You smug little shit. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, no. Snivy's mid. The evolutionary line is mid. I don't really have much else to say about Snivy. That's 3 times in a row Mudkip's been missed. It's 3 in a row, man. Alright. Who was it? Squirtle. So one of the original trio. Squirtle? Wait, there was this YouTube series called Teenage Pokemon, and the Servine in it was so sassy. I mean, fitting of the Pokemon's personality. But yeah, Squirtle's pretty good. Nothing really special we haven't seen from a turtle Pokemon. Actually, scratch that. I forgot about Blastoise. I forgot about Blastoise because Squirtle's cute, Wartortle's fine, but Blastoise. Oh man, Blastoise. I love that design so much. Like, literally having those water cannons on his back, that makes that design already an instant 10 out of 10. For real. Yeah, no, I honestly didn't give Squirtle much credit in the, I didn't give him enough credit. Man, I'm really curious if any of these are going to give me like copyright. Any of this music's going to give me copyright or anything. Ooh, Froakie. This is an interesting one. Because Froakie... Because like you got this base design of Froakie, then you have the middle evolution, and then you have Greninja. And like, Greninja's design is just absolutely awesome, but I have to consider the entire line as a whole, and Well, it's only pretty good, honestly. Like the Froakie line is pretty good all around, but like Greninja is like the true highlight. But like other than that, I just think Froakie's line just has a good design to it. And obviously just still going quick because I have a lot of these to go through and I'm only talking about designs. Ooh. 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 Easy. Easy placement for Piplup. Easy. One of the best water starters. Don't at me. I adore penguins. And to finally see a penguin Pokemon in Piplup, plus the evolutionary line is badass, but like to finally get a penguin Pokemon, it feels so nice that Piplup actually exists. I adore this adorable little scamp. I love Piplup. I love his cute design. I love the evolutionary line. I love how Empoleon is still the only water steel Pokemon in existence. But yeah, no, I know you're happy with this placement, King. I adore Piplup. I adore this evolutionary line. Yeah, I love Piplup. Piplup's one of my babies. I really need a Piplup plush at some point. Ooh, Trico. Trico's an interesting case. I honestly think Trico is a really solid evolutionary line. Because I'm pretty sure Trico is based on what? A tree frog? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's based on a reptile. Yeah, no, I love the Trico line. Trico, Grovyle, and Sceptile. I love all those designs. But they're just not quite at the top yet for me. But like, still a great evolutionary line and design all around. Oh, we finally hit it. We finally hit my boy Mudkip. Yeah, no, this is easy for me. No contest. Actually, hold up. Hold up. Mudkip is easily at the top for me. I adore this little mudfish. Like, one of my first Pokemon games was, no, I had Ruby. My brother had Sapphire. So yeah, my first Pokemon, well, not my first was Gold, but one of my first Pokemon games was Ruby. And I remember seeing this mudfish for the first time, and I immediately fell in love with him. I adore Mudkip. Like, I've always loved him since Gen 3. Like, he's always been my go-to in any game he's in, and I just love that. I love that little mudfish so much. Plus, the evolutionary line is fantastic as well with Marsh Tom and Swampert. They're both fantastic too. Ooh. Fuecoco, one of the newer starters. So dude, say what you want about the rest of these. Say what you will about the rest of the Scarlet and Violet starters, but I love this little thing. He's so cute. He's so cute, and he turns into the badass Skeledirge, and it's just, oh my god, it's just, mwah, absolutely beautiful. The fact that it's one of the few starters to actually stay on all fours too is absolutely crazy to me. And crazy how it comes from the Gator evolutionary line. Plus, I just love the design of the evolutions. I love the design so much. Yeah, no, Fuecoco is just an absolutely adorable little scamp. Ooh, all right. All right, we got another banger on our hands. We got another banger starter. Rowlet? I love Rowlet so much. I love this simple design of a round-shaped baby owl is just, it just melts your heart so much. I love Rowlet. I will admit, Dartrix is whatever, but then he turns into the badass Decidueye, and I'm just like, okay, I'm immediately reinvested with, I'm immediately reinvested with this damn, I'm immediately reinvested. All right. Yeah, no, Rowlet, I love Rowlet. Very solid design for an evolutionary line. Plus, I love the concept. Dude, they're just getting all the S tiers immediately out here. I love it. Yeah, no, we got another S tier. Because I love Torchic. Like, the Torchic evolutionary line was at one point one of my personal favorites. Like, I adore this line so much. Torchic to Combuskin to Blaziken. Just, they just did so well with the concept of cockfighting chickens. And they just did it so well with his evolutionary line. And I could not be any happier that they did so well with Torchic, honestly. Okay, Turtwig. Interesting. So, Turtwig? I think he's got a pretty solid design. He's got a pretty good design. He's got a pretty cute and good design to him. Plus, the evolutionary line with Torterra. Torterra is the highlight of this evolutionary line. Let's be real. I just love how Torterra has a ginormous continent around his back. And it just, it's just so silly. But yeah. Yeah, no, I just think Turtwig and his evolutionary line, they just have pretty good designs all around. Nothing too special. Nothing too special for turtle Pokemon, but it's just pretty good. Fun fact, when my sister was little, she used to accidentally call Turtwig Dirt Wave. That's funny. Oh, but Chespin. Dude, Chespin, I am so sorry, but I do not like your design at all. I am so sorry, Chespin fans. I don't like the Chespin line. Like, there's just nothing special about this evolutionary line to me. Like, I really don't even think it's that special. But you know, sometimes you just gotta have that one design where it just does not go well for you. And for me, that's Chespin. Man, I feel like after this I'm gonna have to blow my nose out because I feel like it's stuffing a little bit. I don't know if you can hear it in the voice, but who we got next? Ooh, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. I think the only appropriate spot for Bulbasaur is an S. I love Bulbasaur. And I love his evolutionary line. Like, Bulbasaur, it's just a cute little plant bulb Pokemon. Plus with Ivysaur and Venusaur and how the little bulge on his back grows. Like, it just continues to grow with the evolution. And I just think that's a really neat concept for that evolutionary line. So yeah, I just honestly just really love Bulbasaur. Yeah, we're going pretty quickly here because I got 2 videos I'm reacting to, and they are both, they're both over an hour long, so I gotta get through this quick. All right, Sobble. I don't know. I really wasn't all that impressed with Sobble. I'm not really impressed with this evolutionary line. Like, when you compare him to other water types, it's like, I don't know. I just didn't really get the vibe with Sobble and his evolutionary line, to be honest, compared to the rest of the water types. And water is one of my personal favorite types in Pokemon, but yeah. He just didn't really do anything special. Oh, hang on, texting someone about the thermostat. How did I miss that? Oh, we hit Oshawott. Sobble is your hot take fave. I honestly respect that. Just to me personally, Sobble didn't really do much for me. Now, Oshawott, on the other hand, I love Oshawott. I really love Oshawott. Probably the biggest reason for Oshawott is because of the anime. Like, I remember watching the black and white anime, and I was just obsessed with whatever this Oshawott was doing, with whatever Ash's Oshawott was doing. And he was just so funny too. I love this Oshawott. But yeah, no, purely Oshawott is up there for the anime, but I think his design is also really good. All right. So similar to Sobble, I just really wasn't that impressed with Quaxley. But I will give Quaxley credit. He is a little better of a water type design than Sobble is. Like, I just like the idea they were trying to go for with Quaxley. Because, like, you know, Scarlet and Violet, the region of Paldea, is heavily inspired around Spain. So it was kind of appropriate that we needed like a dancing kind of Pokemon, and Quaxley's evolutionary line kind of fit that bill with Quaquaval. And I just really appreciate the design, or like the concept that they were trying to go for with Quaxley. But yeah, other than that, nothing really that special aside from the concept. All right. Now I pray hope my friend who is the biggest fan of Totodile doesn't get mad at me for this. But I honestly really like Totodile. I really like Totodile. Like, just that cute little chomper face he has in the evolutionary line with Crocodile and Feraligatr as well. Dude, I just think this evolutionary line is just adorable. Even if they're gators. Even if they're gator Pokemon, I still really enjoy that evolutionary line. Ooh, Grookey. Okay. Alright. Grookey? I don't know. I feel like Grookey is just a monkey Pokemon like Chimchar, but done worse. Like everything Grookey is design-wise, with also its evolution, I just think Chimchar did it better. Sounds like Donald Duck for some reason. God, if my life depended on it, I could never do a Donald Duck impression. My voice is, oh, the Totodile. The Totodile sounds like Donald Duck. Yeah, no, I could never do a Donald Duck impression. My voice is way too low for that to happen. Ooh. This is gonna be a super hot take. This is gonna be a very hot take. I really don't find the Charmander line to be that memorable anymore. Just from all the designs we've gotten out of Pokemon. But like, I respect what the Charmander line did in terms of designs. Cause like, but like, no, yeah, I'm one of those people who finds the Charmander line to be super overrated. I personally just find the Charmander line to be overrated. Still good designs for an evolutionary line. Like, still a good, like, Charmander's still good. I just think he's overrated. Plain and simple. Okay. Sprigatito. Sprigatito. I actually hate Charmander, to be honest. I am Charmander line hater #1. I mean, I don't blame you. Charmander is just got way too popular. Oh, but yeah, Sprigatito. Or as, you know, the community likes to call him, Weed Cat. But, so, I love the concept of Sprigatito. I love the concept, but I just have one problem with the evolutionary line that prevents him from being S tier. I have one problem, and it's the fact that the evolutions of Sprigatito stand on 2 legs. And it pretty much just makes Meowscarada furry bait. And Meowscarada does not deserve that. I really wish they kept Sprigatito on all fours like they did with Fuecoco. But yeah, no, I can't justify putting Sprigatito any higher because Meowscarada stands on 2 legs. I can't. I just wish Sprigatito was on all fours. Really. Is that really that hard to do? But it's still a great concept, still a great design, but just let him be on all fours, please. He's a freaking cat. All right. Chikorita. Starting to get down to the nitty-gritty. Chikorita. I mean, I know a lot of people love Chikorita, but I'm not one of them. I am not the biggest fan of Chikorita. Like nothing memorable really stands out for Chikorita in my eyes. Yeah, no, Chikorita just, I don't find the evolutionary line memorable. I don't think the design is memorable at all. But yeah. Maybe it's because I never really picked Chikorita anytime I play Gen 2 or Heart Gold Soul Silver, but I don't know. I just was not really that impressed with Chikorita. But all right, we are down to 3 fire types. And we're probably starting with my favorite of those fire types that are left, which is Cyndaquil. So, I do have a personal attachment to Cyndaquil. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Gold on my Game Boy Color. And I remember from the moment I laid eyes on Cyndaquil, I was going to love Cyndaquil, and that opinion still holds true to this day. I adore the Cyndaquil line. From Cyndaquil to Quilava to Typhlosion. I love them all. But like, just the design, the concept alone just makes it better than almost any other fire type. But yeah, I just really love Cyndaquil. Plus, Typhlosion is a badass name. You cannot deny that. All right. Fennekin. Second to last one. Fennekin? I think it's pretty good for a fox Pokemon. Again, I don't really like that Fennekin stand at the end with Delphox stands on 2 legs. I don't like that for animals who sit on all 4s, but I will give credit. I think this is one of the only few fire psychic types in existence. I need to look. I gotta remember all the fire psychic types. Yeah, Armarouge, Delphox. And I'm pretty sure Victini is also a fire psychic type. I'd have to look through, but not this one, this one. I'd have to look through and see who are the other fire psychic types. Oh yeah, Zedmo, Darmanitan, Delphox, Armarouge, and Victini. Yeah, those are the only 4. So yeah, I still respect how Delphox is still a unique, still somewhat of a unique typing, but I feel like other than that, the design and concept is mostly just pretty good. Nothing real special in that regard. But finally, I don't need this wheel anymore because the last Pokemon on our list is Scorbunny. And Scorbunny, I really love what they did with Scorbunny. Concept design for the entire evolutionary line, to be honest. Because, like, you know, Galor being based on the United Kingdom, and they are a big they are big on soccer over there. So I really appreciate what they did with Scorbunny and Cinderace being a, like, kind of being like the soccer player vibe Pokemon, which I can really appreciate. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it on this tier list. I'm gonna download that and I'm gonna post these as well. There it is. I wonder who's gonna actually react to that. But yep. There we go. Those are the tier lists I'm going to be doing, and when I get back, I will be doing a but yeah, when I'm gonna go to the bathroom, maybe get something to eat, or like grab something to eat so I can eat it during our reactions. But when I get back, we're gonna be reacting to a couple YouTube videos. And it's probably only going to be 2 because they are both an hour long. They are both over an hour. So, yeah. Just stay tuned until then, and I will see you all when I get back.
distracted by my
Fuck, I was muted. God damn it. Well, I'm not muted now. Can you hear me now? God damn it, I've had scuff. I just had to have scuff this stream. Why? Okay, good. Jesus Christ, I've did not know why. Of course I had to have scuff, but you know, whatever. But anyways, as I was going to say, we are going to react to my friend Poke King's latest video. He's been in the YouTube chat all night. But we are going to be watching his video that he made about Okami, a retrospective and in-depth interview. Now, I know personally that Okami is my friend's favorite game of all time. It's his favorite game of all time. I know how much he would love to just sit and talk about Okami all day. And I know one day he probably will. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting reaction because, well, my opinion of the game isn't as, say, oh, I think this game is perfect, like what King thinks, but I mean, I still think the game is good. It is a good game. Let's not get things mixed up. It is a good game. But I do have my own problems with the game, but we will get to that when we get there. But Piano, let's go ahead and watch Poke King's video about Okami. Also, let me know how the volume is. This is my first time doing a YouTube video reaction, so, or at least on stream. So let me know how volume is. There we go. Oh, and for
Okami is, without a doubt, my favorite game ever. And after replaying it for the 5th time in its entirety on stream with y'all in a total of 18 2-ish hour streams each, I felt like it was time to compile all my thoughts about this game, taking you on a journey with my experience with this game throughout my life, breaking down every piece of the game itself, the different arcs and plot beats, the characters, the gameplay, and ultimately discuss why this is my favorite game in the entire world. So sit back, relax, and let me tell you a tale about a 10-year-old kid just getting into gaming on their own and their dad picking up a random game from a blockbuster that would unknowingly change their life.
So, as he just said, Okami is his favorite game of all time. He can yap about Okami for all day long. He can honestly yap about it all day long to me, and he probably would not shut up, and I'd have to tell him to shut up. But my own opinion of this game, I do think it is a good game. Great for what Capcom was trying to go for here. But I just personally have my own issues with the game that a lot of people might not have, but we're about to find out what that is. So, oh yeah, and you said, so wait, did you get into gaming when you were 10? Because I remember my first video game being Pokemon Gold on my Game Boy Color when I was 4. But all right, let's get right into it.
My first experience with Okami is honestly super nostalgic and near and dear to my heart, as it stems from a part in my childhood where I was just getting into video games properly myself. For context, I have always been a gamer. I got my first Game Boy Advance SP when I was 4 years old, and I haven't stopped playing video games ever since.
Oh, you started when you were 4 too? That's crazy. That's actually insane. What the hell? Well, I had a Game Boy Color. You had a Game Boy Advance SP.
A huge impact on me being into video games was actually my dad, who is a big gamer himself. We used to play all kinds of games together when I was
The
little,
Japanese
like
had
Elmo's
those.
Letter Adventure, Dora the Explorer, The Search for Pirate Pig's Treasure, Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, Spider-Man, Mario Bros. 3, and even Grand Theft Auto, which in hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have been playing that game at the age of 5.
Why were you playing
but
Grand
I
Theft
turned out
Auto
fine, so
3
it's okay. For
when
the
you were a
longest
kid?
time, my gaming experience as a kid
Who
was
let you?
impacted by my dad. And when he would play a game, I would either play as well or watch, and vice versa. This was a great introduction to me playing and discovering video games, but I was still finding my own genres and favorite titles. Back in these Stone Age days, me and my dad used to go to Blockbuster literally every week, and we used to rent games.
That really is the definition of Stone Age. Holy shit, I've not seen a Blockbuster since the goddamn 2000s. That is beyond Stone Age. Holy shit.
Was one of the main places where we both got games out of our regular rotation, and one day my dad finds this game called Okami. And I have never heard of it, but my dad had a pretty big
Whenever my family went to Blockbuster, we would mainly just rent movies.
In the game. Now, I have always
and we would just buy our games. We never really rented any games.
A game where you draw things seemed very cool, so I figured I'd give it a go. I popped that sucker into the Wii and immediately fell in love. My first playthrough of Okami at this time was not a fantastic one. Back in the day, we didn't have unlimited access to the internet like we do now, so I couldn't look up walkthroughs.
Yeah, we are old.
I had a very bad habit
26.
of just not reading the text other characters say to you, and Okami is certainly a game where you need to read. So from what I can remember, I clocked in over 20 hours of this game without even fighting Orochi once. I vividly remember spending hours and hours in Shinshu Fields just fighting random monsters and completing every side quest under the sun. And when I was done with the side quests, I kind of just dicked around and tried to get to out-of-reach areas I didn't realize would only become accessible after I played more of the game. But honestly, for me, it didn't matter I wasn't completing any major story beats. I was having fun just running around,
Yeah, that's gonna happen on first time playthrough. I know I did that my first time playing Okami. Was pretty much just dicking around and exploring the areas that I probably wouldn't have been able to get to till like later on in the freaking game. But then again, you were 10. I was an adult. So take that with you, take that what you will.
Exploring the places I had access to, completing the many side quests the game had to offer, playing the fishing minigame in Agata Forest. Oh man, I played that minigame so freaking much.
I love fishing minigames so much. I love the trend of how fishing minigames like really started like coming into the hive mind of video games. It started with like Fire Emblem Three Houses. That's my favorite game of all time. And you will probably see something similar to what you've done, King. You'll probably see me doing a video about my own retrospective and in-depth review of my favorite game, but I love how the fishing minigame in that game pretty much became a trend in like RPGs and such. Like, I don't know. I just really love how addicting fishing minigames can be. You almost have to read what NPCs are saying to get through the game. Yeah, pretty much so.
But I really did enjoy it for what it was, and it was fine never making progress in it. Eventually, though, it had to go back to Blockbuster, and I seemingly forgot about it, figuring that fighting Orochi would be the end of the game anyway, so it was fine.
Go wrench it again, Pokedad.
For some time, I continued to put the memory of Okami aside, for things like Super Paper Mario, Epic Mickey, and Trauma Center New Blood. which is actually something I want to talk about in the future, but that's for another time. Until one day I was maybe
Dude, I
12,
still had to
me
play
and my
Trauma
dad
Center.
went to our local game
I have
store,
yet to play
and
it.
wouldn't you know, Okami was there. And of course, I reminisced on the time I spent playing it and remembered really enjoying it. So I had to get it, or more like my dad bought it for me because I asked a million times. So I went home with the game, popped it into my Wii once more, and
The true method of asking for stuff if you're a kid. Just ask your parents a million times. They'll eventually get it.
as it turns out, the game was so much better when you actually read the dialogue properly. I considered this second
Wow,
time
what a
playing the
coincidence.
game my first proper playthrough. This was the first time I connected with the characters, the first time I figured out the battle system, the first time I explored more areas, more lore, more story beats, and as I played the game properly for the first time, I realized a few things. Number one, this was a game I played entirely on my own. My dad did a lot of the actual game playing when we used to play games together because I usually sucked at them. But this game I actually played on my own, and I played it well. My dad was the one who would watch me play it from time to time, and that made me feel like I was growing as a gamer. Bringing me to number 2.
I wish I had that. Your parents watching you in your game. My parents aren't, and they still are, like, not a fan of, like, me playing video games because they just think video games are stupid and pointless. Because, like, my parents are, like, the kind of parents where they want you to get, like, a 9-to-5 job. Like, a 9-to-5 full-time job in an office desk. And I'm just like, no. Like, let me do what I want to do. I don't, like, let me do what I want to do as long as I'm surviving. And so far, I am surviving. But yeah, no, my parents, when I was a kid, they were not the same thing. While they did get us games, and I was extremely happy about that, they never really watched me or my brother play games in it. And, like, I really had to, like, because, like, it took me until I was, like, on my own and living on my own where I really started, like, becoming a gamer, because a lot of my roommates back in college were also gamers. So we would be watching each other like how you did with your dad. And I don't know. I just wish I had that as a kid. Lucked out as my dad is a huge gamer and nerd and also an artist too. Oh, that's where the artist bit came from too. I don't know why video games are vilified either. Like, it's just a fun pastime. Exactly. It's like, it's mostly just the, I don't know. It's mostly just the stupid people who don't think it's just a fun pastime. It's stupid people.
2. This was the first game I felt I connected with personally myself. It was something I enjoyed for me, a genre I liked for me. And once I completed my full playthrough of this game, I realized, number 3, this was the best game I had played at the time, hands down. This game itself,
yeah, that game for me was Mario Galaxy.
I sought out games with rich stories.
I was 9 years old when that game came out, and I just instantly fell in love with it.
Gaming libraries now. Okami was heavily inspired by Japanese folklore and culture, and had lots of monsters in it with magical powers, including the main character, Amaterasu herself. I'm sure you know what that influence got me into. Okami was the
But yeah, one of the things I will definitely appreciate about Okami is how, like, pretty much everything about the game is inspired by Japanese culture. Like, the gameplay, the presentation, the art direction, the music. Literally everything about Okami is inspired by Japanese culture. And that's something I can, like, truly appreciate about the game. Especially, like, the art direction with, like, this sort of watercolor vibe to it.
perfect game to help me really find out who I was as a gamer and find my own games and interests and really shape this as a hobby I would continue to enjoy for years and years to come. And this was just my experience playing it on the fucking Wii. Fast forward all the way to Christmas 2017 and I opened up Okami HD for the PS4. This remake changed my life even more. The HD remake of this game was gorgeous and playing it with a PlayStation controller was lands better than
More like a remaster, but yeah.
and trying to control it with the Wiimote. I again played this
because like
HD version
remakes
inside
are
and out for the PS4.
built from the ground
And
up.
then,
Like Final
even to
Fantasy
this day,
VII
I have
remake
purchased
is
Okami
built from the
again
ground up.
for the third time on
This
my
took the same
Switch.
assets from
I've only
Okami, but it just made
considered
them
getting the
HD.
Steam
So I'd say
version
it's
of it
more of
because
a
why the fuck
remaster.
not? Going off on a little aside here, but Okami for the Wii right now, in the case with everything intact, in the year of our Lord 2024, is going for a whopping $12 Canadian. Mario Party 9.
That's insane. What the hell? I mean, like, I get why, but like, why is it only what? That would be like, what, in US dollars? That's like 10 US dollars. But oh god, I dread to think about what Mario Party 9 costs.
Which is considered to be the worst Wii game I own, is going for almost $60 fucking Canadian. And not to mention
that's crazy. I mean, I wouldn't say Mario Party 9 is I mean, if your worst game that you've played on the Wii is Mario Party 9, then bless you, because you have not experienced the amount of shovelware that the Wii brought in. Oh my god, it was terrible. Yeah, no, Mario Party 9 being $60 is fucking insane.
the fact that the HD remake for the PS4 is currently $26.99, and on the Switch it is $24.99 right now. At the time of writing the script, Okami HD on Steam is on sale for $12.49. $12.49. So let's say even if I bought Okami for the Wii at the highest price on record on price charting, which is 20 bucks, and then I bought it for the PS4 and the Switch, that comes to a total of $71.98. That's less than buying a single regularly priced Switch game. Buying the Steam version on top of that only totals to $84.47, which is less than most PlayStation 5 games. And I have—
Damn, Canadian dollars suck. Because, like, what, a new game for us in the US is 60, and for a current gen game it's 70. So yeah, confirmed, Canadian currency sucks ass.
haven't even scratched the surface with this game, but on average you will play Okami for about 33 hours to complete it, and that is without doing any side quests and doing minimal exploring. Ratchet and
Yeah,
Clank
100%
Rift
completion is
Apart,
double
another
the amount of time.
action-adventure game, is $89.99 currently and has an average playtime of 11 hours. So whichever way you spin it, and maybe you want to laugh—
Thanks, corporate greed. We love you so much. Also, fuck you, Sony. I will never respect that company. This is why I am still hesitant to get a PS5. Because of Sony's business practices, because they are awful.
at me for buying the same game 3 to 4 times, you have to admit that this is some value of the motherfuckest. Full disclaimer here, I know that Okami—
That is a phrase of all time. That is a phrase of all time.
This is some value of the
Value of the motherfuckest. That is a that is a sentence of all time.
motherfuckest. Full disclaimer here, I know that Okami as a game is not as popular as these other titles I am comparing it to, but it isn't some indie game. Okami, while being made and developed by Clover Studios, was literally published by Capcom. The same Capcom selling Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, a garbage game in my opinion, which took me like an afternoon to complete, for $49.99. I cannot—
Yeah, Marvel vs.
how cheap
Capcom
and
Infinite
possibly
kind of sucks.
completely underpriced and underappreciated Okami is. But yeah, this thing is way cheap and easily accessible. So basically what I'm saying is, fucking play it, pinche pendejo. What was I saying again? Oh yes, Okami was such an integral part of—
What was that?
What was I saying? Basically what I'm saying is, fucking play it, pinche pendejo.
Bitchy Pendeo? What the hell is that? Is that just gibberish?
What was I saying again? Oh yes, Okami was such an integral part of my gaming experience and journey. But what is the game itself about? I've went on and on about how important it is to me personally and emotionally, but what's the draw of this game? Well, for that I am going to take you on the entire journey with me, an in-depth recap of the whole game from beginning to end. So with that being said, be warned. I will be spoiling this game in its entirety. So if you
Wow,
haven't played
no
it yet
shit.
and don't want to be spoiled, maybe come back.
But
to
I know
this
you
video
gotta
after
say
you
it for
have played
video
it.
purposes.
Or leave the video on mute and play it in the background because your boy will always take the watch hours. No, I'm just joking. But yes, there will be full spoilers for the entire game. We have a lot to cover, so let's just jump right into the story of Okami.
Pinche pendejo, Spanish for fucking idiot. Well, at least I've played the game, so you can't call me a fucking idiot.
The game starts with a cutscene showing how 100 years ago, a warrior named Nagi fought against an evil 8-headed serpent named Orochi with a wolf by his side. This wolf, named Shiranui, ended up dying in the fight against Orochi while protecting Nagi, as he won the fight. We are then shown a statue that was made to show respects to Shiranui, who bravely gave their life protecting the village. We cut to present day in the game and see that a mysterious figure takes the sword that had sealed Orochi away 100 years prior. Taking this sword once again unleashed the evil beast, spreading a curse across
Wow, what a
the entire
dickhead.
land of Nippon, which is a fictional representation of Japan itself. While this curse spreads throughout all of Nippon, the statue of Shiranui, which is located in Kamiki Village, is enchanted by Sakuya, a wood sprite. And Shiranui is reincarnated as the one and only Okami Amaterasu, a white wolf goddess who can control the sunrise. Soon after, we are introduced to our companion character Isun, who is literally a horny bug artist who was literally living in the boobs of Sakuya, drawing fan art of her. Great. Sakuya explains that she has stored the rest of her power in a peach fruit on a guardian tree. And
Dude, I honestly found
Kamiki
Isun
Village to
annoying at
its
first.
we will have to find a way to cut it down. Isun,
Like, for the longest time, I did not like Isun.
for the time being, while she collects the 13 brush techniques, as Isun wants to learn them as well. They make their way to a celestial gate where we encounter the first of many brush gods, Yomigami, summoned by completing a constellation with one of the game's main mechanics, your celestial brush. This brush will be used throughout the entire game to draw various different things using brush techniques we find throughout the story. The brush techniques really help with the story pacing, as there are certain ones that you'll need to find and master before reaching certain parts of the world. And as an added bonus, there are optional ones to learn which can help you in combat, as well as even some you can upgrade with yen. Yomigami's brush technique, Rejuvenation, allows us to restore parts of a stardust river so we may cross it and venture forth, coming to a cave with a statue of Nagi. Rejuvenating his sword grants us access to another god, Tachigami, one of my favorites in the game. This little mouse with his giant sword gives us the power slash.
One thing I will always give Okami respect for is the story. I love the story of this game.
We return to the village, cut down the fruit, and then raise the sun. We are then introduced to another one of my favorite characters in the entire game, Mr. Orange. And while he is speaking to us, we get ambushed by demons and get our first taste of combat. And honestly, it's fucking fire. Throughout the game, you are able to get a variety of weapons or divine instruments, from glaives, reflectors, and even rosaries. Each of these weapons can be equipped as either a sub or main weapon, giving you a lot of customization. We start off with a standard reflector, and it packs a bit of a punch, but nothing will ever beat the Infinity Judge, my beloved. The combat mixes hack and slash with your brush techniques, as some of them can be used to fight enemies, with some enemies requiring specific brush techniques to beat down. When you enter fights later on in the game, they are triggered by
Oh
you
no, I'm on
running
HD.
exploding demon scrolls.
The footage of this
action
stream is
puts
just
you in
blurry.
a small arena where you can fight various enemies, and sometimes you fight multiple at a time. While you can escape from these regular enemies in these arenas by slashing at glowing parts of the walls, you can also actively avoid enemies by running away from the scrolls. You can even get an item later on that makes them ignore you, so you have more control over which regular enemy battles you want to engage in. Though it is a good idea to fight if you want to grind out yen. The first fight isn't anything too difficult, and from here we are able to explore the village and help different NPCs with our brush techniques, gaining praise which can be used to upgrade certain skills like our ink pots and health. After exploring for a bit, we meet the village idiot, the village's warrior, Susano, who is a direct descendant.
No, he's
of
definitely the village
warrior
idiot.
from the prologue. We train with Susano, which ultimately equates to him swinging his wooden sword around while we use our power slash to actually destroy the rocks that he is slashing at. We break a rock that was placed at the village's entrance,
Susano
allowing us
style.
to access the next main area, Shinsu Fields. From here we are tasked with restoring all of Nippon to its former glory. and ridding the curse that has spread across the land. Sequoia tells us that there are guardian saplings that we have to bloom in each village and city to rid the curse there. And with our new goal in mind, we head off to Shinshu Fields. While entering Shinshu Fields, we can see that the entire field is cursed, and entering the cursed area, our health
God, this game just
slowly,
looks
not
so
allowing us to
gorgeous.
explore very far.
I love how
find
this game
ourselves
looks.
in a cave where we do some puzzles and fight some monsters and trees until we find Susano, who is basically doing nothing, and we also eventually find the guardian sapling that Sequoia was telling us about. And we grow the sapling into a tree using the power of the sun, and then encounter Sakigami, who teaches us the bloom technique so that we may bloom the guardian tree and many more in our journey. Blooming this tree rids the curse in Shinshu Fields and allows us to now explore this area. Usually in Okami, when you enter a new area, you will be tasked to find the guardian sapling, bloom it, and then gain full access to the area from there after dispelling the curse. We can do a few different things in Shinshu Fields, like get a quest to fight certain stronger demons who show up only at night, talk to a dude who smokes a pipe and makes firecrackers, who we can interact with to help make a firecracker for him, leading us to meet Bakugami and unlock the cherry bomb technique, which allows us to create bombs and blow up certain barriers with glowing cracks in them. We can also visit a sensei to learn the ancient technique of pissing on your enemies, which, yes, is something I unlock in literally every playthrough, no matter how expensive it is. It's fucking hilarious. Outside of these things, there really isn't much else that we can do.
I always forget that Amaterasu can just piss on his enemies.
A flooded tunnel, which we can't swim all the way through without drowning. So after fucking around in Shinshu Fields, it's time to head back to Kamiki Village. Back in Kamiki, with our newly acquired bloom power, we are tasked with blooming all the dead trees in the village. Mr. Orange is hyped up enough to bust it down for us, and we help him bloom the guardian tree and return it to its former glory, whilst also returning Sequoia to her former glory. At this point, we meet Kazagami, who teaches us the water lily brush technique, so we can now create lily pads to traverse over the water and get to Agata Forest. As soon as we enter Agata Forest, we explore around a little bit.
So one thing I will say about the gameplay is I'm not exactly the biggest fan of it. While I do appreciate what they were going for, it's just that a lot of the time, I don't know if this is just me having a skill issue, but like a lot of the time, like when I was trying to brush, or like when I was trying to use some of the brush techniques while drawing a shape, it just would not work for me. And like I've played both the Wii version and the HD version, and I've honestly had problems with both of them. But like, yeah, circles are especially a huge... I especially had a huge problem with circles. I do not like drawing circles because a lot of the time, at least in my experience, they did not respond.
To locate the guardian sapling and bloom
like
it.
that
Then
circle.
We are introduced to my actual all-time favorite character, Waka, God's gift to men, and a gift he is. Waka immediately starts beef with us, though, so
I'm surprised he didn't make a Guzma joke there.
Waka speaks a lot about prophecies and is a major character in this entire game. He also has a lightsaber for some reason. Waka is purposely vague with us and always hinting at knowing a lot more than he is explaining, and him, Amaterasu, and Isun have this playful banter and rivalry throughout the game. After defeating Waka, he explains the story that we know thus far, confirming that he knows about Orochi, the gods, and the curse that is spreading across the land. He also sees Amaterasu as she truly is. When most characters only see a normal-looking white wolf, Waka can see her in her true...
Yeah, exactly. Like the shapes can be tricky sometimes, and a lot of the time for me, they just did not register.
Before dropping that he saw a shadowy figure fleeing the place where Orochi was sealed away. He gives us some random nonsense prophecy and flies away. We meet up with other residents of the forest, like some guy, his kid, and Susano is also here, yapping on about something called Crimson something or other, and swinging around his wooden-ass sword again. There is also a merchant here who sells you rare things in exchange for demon fangs, which you can get in a number of ways. Most commonly by slicing enemies in half after you kill them with your melee weapon. But there is a much better way to get demon fangs, which is something I mentioned before, the ancient art of pissing on your enemies. enemies. Once you get enough yen to unlock the golden
Stop.
turtle technique, you can literally take
Don't
a
call
hot
it the
piss on
ancient
your
art of
opponents in battle,
pissing.
and they will drop a demon fang. This attack is both hilarious and incredibly useful because you can trade demon fangs for lots of cool stuff as the game progresses. Moving back to the kid and his dog for a moment, it turns out
I hate
that
that
the
pissing
kid's
is
dog
useful.
got lost in a cave behind a locked door, but the key to said door was swallowed by a giant fish, and you're tasked with helping the kid save him by, you guessed it, playing a fishing minigame. Listen, you know a game is going to absolutely slap when there's a fishing minigame in it, and this one is balanced so nicely. You use your brush to draw a line from the fishing pole to the shadows of the fish in the water. Then you move your joystick back and forth in the opposite direction of the fish until a QTE comes up. Once you hit the button, you then use your brush to slice it. Depending on the fish's size, you might have to slice it 2 or 3 times. Fishing is a great resource when it comes to yen, as you can sell your fish, and then the longer you fish, the rarer your catches become and the more expensive you can sell them for. All in all, it's a fantastic system. Moving on
Yeah,
to the
you
next
pretty
part
much
of the
know a
though,
game
you're
is
off
fired if it
to
has a
rescue the
fishing
kid's
minigame.
dog, key in hand, traversing a dungeon-like cave. There are a few puzzles in here that require you to fight a new enemy who has a flower you can bloom on its back in order to attack its core and defeat it, as well as an introduction to a kind of annoying puzzle mechanic that will show up a few times over the course of this game. That being rolling balls around. The physics of these fucking balls are so sensitive and easy to completely toss in the wrong direction, and you can only do this perfectly on the first try if you have played this game multiple times, which I have.
Yeah, it's like that's my problem with Okami. It's like a lot of these little things that just don't really work well. Like you said, this fucking ball. I hate this ball. It's like all the little things like centered around the core gameplay like this. I'm just not a big just not a big fan of, and it just ruins the immersion a little bit.
But they are super annoying to deal with regardless. At a certain point in the cave, we cross a bridge that crumbles under us and aren't able to backtrack, having another puzzle to complete introducing us to Blockhead, a sentient wall that guards entrances. You have to mark him with your brush in the same spots shown when you headbutt him, thus breaking his weak points and allowing you to pass. The reason I bring this up is because this is also a reoccurring puzzle that is sometimes the bane of my existence as the game progresses, but the first one is pretty straightforward. After this, we find a key, do some platforming, fight some demons, and get a new brush technique from Sudagami, now allowing us to use vines to hop from flower to flower and reach higher ground. Using this technique to lift a giant rock, we find a secret passage to our first boss
Yeah,
fight,
exactly.
and also the forest kid's missing dog. This boss fight is against the Spider Queen, who, honest to God, is one of the most disturbing
Like, it would have made the gameplay a lot more intriguing, and
Something
those
about
ball
her
things
is
just ruin
extremely
that.
Off-putting. Maybe it's the fact that she has no eyes, long black hair, sharp fangs, or it might be the fact that in order to defeat her, you have to open up her body by peeling away pieces of it with vines and then hack and slash giant fucking eyeballs.
Yeah, this boss fight was kind of disturbing my first playthrough.
This thing is nightmare fuel. But Amy kicks her ass and rescues the forest kid's dog. From here, we can follow the forest kid to a bridge that has been taken out that he intends to fix. But unfortunately, Susano comes barreling down the river on a giant log and ropes Amy, Isun, and the kid into a situation. We then have
you idiot!
vines to each branch of the log in order to stop it. And once we do so, it snaps
like
right
that's
into
something
place as a new bridge. Convenient. Also, Susano just kind of disappears here, and
yeah, honestly convenient. I'm just kind of glad that that moment with Susano didn't hinder your progress.
At this point, the formula of the game is pretty standard. You go to a new
so at least it turned out well
with
there.
Limited mobility, find the guardian sapling, bloom it, and bing bam boom, you're able to rid the curse and explore the area. Now, Taka Pass connect to a bunch of different places and villages and plot points that you can possibly do out of order, so I'm going to try to explain the story beats in the correct order here. When you bloom the guardian sapling, Waka makes his appearance again to gloat that his vague-ass prophecy actually played out, and then fights you again for absolutely no reason. Naturally, I just piss on him. After defeating him, he mentions that there is a barrier in front of the moon cave where Orochi was sealed away, and the only thing that
Man, you
can
love
break the
pissing on
barrier
people,
is
don't
something
you?
called a serpent crystal. With that knowledge in mind, what do we do next? Well, obviously we go play around with some moles and their abandonment issues #1 leader, Moli. From here we can go find Susano in Kusa village, just doing nothing again. He is literally just sleeping in an alleyway for no good reason. Kusa Village seems to be...
Dude, sometimes I really hate Susano and how useless he is sometimes.
Draining slowly, with you actually unable to use them at all in here. We can meet another one of my favorite side characters here named Mr. Bamboo, who is upset that he can't sell his bamboo wares at the village festival because of this curse. And gosh darn it if I wasn't going to absolutely risk everything for this man to sell his wares. Anyways, after this we make our way up to Princess Fusei, who explains that there is a monster at the Gale Shrine by the name of Crimson Helm, and that in order to defeat him, we have to gather the canine warriors who have scattered themselves around the village and lands. We get a handy-dandy magical tracker that can find the locations of these dogs, and it takes us to 4 located in the village itself, and a 5th one that appears back where Princess Fusei was after we collect the others. This one though wants to fight us to prove that we are worthy of carrying the magic tracker, and of course, we kick his ass. Princess Fusei explains that there are 3 dogs still missing, but they don't seem to be in the village, so we have to go look for them in different locations. With our first one taking us to our next important spot, Saza's Sanctuary. Upon entering Saza's Sanctuary, you discover that their boss, Big Daddy Jamba, yes, that's actually his name, is missing his daughter and won't let you inside the sanctuary without her returning to him. In order to find her whereabouts, you get introduced to more undeniable creepy characters known as Mrs. and Mr. Cutter. They both immediately attack you if you go near them and threaten to eat you multiple times in their dialogues. By blasting a hole in their roof and waiting until nighttime, you can sneak inside and drag one of them into the moonlight, revealing that they were both demons in human disguises. After giving them a proper ass whooping, we come to find that they had kidnapped Jamba's daughter, and we can take her back to her father in one piece, allowing us to access Saza's Sanctuary. In here, we play another mini game while trying to dig for water in the hot springs as it's all dried up, and Mr. Bamboo joins us, which is truly something special. The digging minigame comes down to you guiding an NPC through a maze-like area using your brush techniques to help them through it, getting them to the bottom where they tell you to dig in a certain
I don't know, I wasn't really a fan of a lot of the
mini
minigames in this game.
After this, we are visited by
I don't know, I just feel like the game could have been the same without the minigames.
Now manipulate water.
Plus, that was an escort mission minigame, and we love escort missions.
With our newly acquired brush skill, we move on deeper into Saza's Sanctuary, where we come across a crying bird who lost his dog. This information causes the canine tracker to activate, and we use it to find his lost dog, who is actually one of the canine warriors we were looking for. This one also wants a fight, so we kick his ass. And instead of going back with us to Princess Fusei, he gives up his power as he has to stay with his owner, who's an anthro bird. Not weird at all for a bird to own a dog, no. With one canine warrior's power in hand, we set off to Agata Forest to search for the next one. We do run into Kushi, a sake brewer from Kamiki Village, as she is gathering water for her sake she is making for the festival. This sake actually plays a bit of an important role later on, so I thought it was worth mentioning. After we help Kushi with filling her sake barrel, Susano shows up and demons start attacking. We once again help him slash away the monsters, and this causes him to talk to himself about how his wooden sword is possessed, since no shit, it wouldn't work like our power slash. It's a wooden fucking sword. After all this nonsense, we return to the forest kid whose dog has been swallowed by a fish. And of course, our good old magic tracker comes back on, so we have to help him save his dog again through the power of fishing. This time, however, we encounter Yumigami, who gives us the brush technique Crescent, so we can now make it nighttime whenever we want. Unsurprisingly, Forest Kid's dog hates the fact that we just saved him from being killed, so he wants to fight us. And once again, we kick his ass. He is the same as the dog from Saza's Sanctuary, where he doesn't want to leave his owner, the Forest Kid, so he gives us his power. This leaves us one more canine warrior, and this one is in Kamiki Village. Traveling back there, the dog Hayabasu lets us know he will only speak to us at nighttime. So of course, we force nightfall on the village with our brush.
Why?
Like, you know, we fight him as well. Another
you fight him,
unnecessary ass kicking later, we
and then you kick his ass and you piss on them. Of course.
He can't leave because he feels that he will have to protect his owner, who is a little boy, mentioning the story of Orochi from 100 years ago, and how a dog protected a little boy then as well, thinking his fate will be the same. With all our power orbs in hand, or paw, I guess, we return to Princess Fusei, gather all the power orbs from the other warriors, and then enter the Gale Shrine to fight Crimson Helm. We also meet Susano in here, and wouldn't you know, he's sitting around doing fuck all once again until we open the door to impending evil, and this motherfucker just runs the fuck in. Inside the Gale Shrine,
What
there
a
are some
fucking
enemies to fight
idiot.
and some puzzles to complete, helping us get to
God
the top
damn
of the
it.
shrine, which has a windmill on it. Once up there, we get the wind going again with our brush and meet Kazagami, who gives us the Gale Storm technique. Now we can make it windy as fuck. Nice. We also need to complete a few puzzles in the lower levels to battle Crimson Helm, which is an armor-covered bull with swords that charges at you. Hitting him lots of times will cause his armor to fall off, revealing an engulfed
I enjoy this boss
skeleton
fight.
that we can blow out with Gale Storm and then do some real damage to. TLDR, we kick his ass. Susano shows
Yeah,
up
you have some nice uses with the Gale Storm there, and I just think it's a really enjoyable boss fight.
He freaks out once more, thinking his sword is possessed, and runs away after possibly hallucinating Orochi. But we don't have time for that right now, because as it turns out, Crimson Helm was guarding the Serpent Crystal, and aw shit, Waka is back. Waka takes the crystal before we can, explaining that he is going to break the barrier at the Moon Cave. We return to Kamiki Village, where we find the villagers all outside of Susano's house, begging him to come out, while it is revealed he drank all of Kushi's sacred sake that she was planning on using to defeat Orochi, should his return be real. But that's not the only thing that is revealed here. Susano admits, while drunk out of his mind, that he was the one who released Orochi, fed up with living in his ancestor Nagi's shadow. After this is found out, the story of Orochi plays out just as it did 100 years ago, with Kushi's house being marked as a sacrifice. Susano doesn't.
You released one of the worst boss fights I've ever had to experience. I hate Orochi.
With Kushi even revealing she had brewed a second sake for the beast. Traveling with Kushi to the Moon Cave, we meet up with Waka again. He breaks the barrier and Kushi gets taken by Orochi, leaving us to go in after her. But Waka is also kind of a huge dick here, as he didn't come in with us and the barrier resealed, trapping Ami and Isun in the Moon Cave. With nowhere else to go, the pair journey into Orochi's lair. Once inside, we are first tasked with making a disguise to fool all the demons there, so of course, I become the imposter, and we push forward. In Orochi's lair, we find ourselves helping a chef to create an appetizer. Using
of course,
all of our brush techniques thus far,
we have to be the imposter.
Well as learning a new one after encountering Mogami, who gives us Infernal so we can now control fire. And also we end up doing another one of those awful ball puzzles. This one is probably the worst one in the game because there is a bunch of different holes
ball
in
puzzles
the ground
suck.
And the ball can just
I fucking hate these puzzles.
While you just tap it very slightly. Once we get
and then invisible pathways too.
Quest done, we
That's fun.
To the main arena and take on the dreaded Orochi himself. Oh, and also Susano is here to say some nonsense, talking about how he's going to slay Orochi himself, and then proceeds not to.
Well, my friend's streaming on Kick, but I probably don't have enough active viewers.
8 heads by using the water sprout brush technique to draw the sake.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch their stream when I'm done.
When they let out a roar. Once you intoxicate a head twice, it falls down, allowing you to hack and slash it. You will have to do this to all 8 of Orochi's heads, but Ami is a goddess, so we kick Orochi's 8-headed ass.
Yeah, that's so much fun.
His wooden sword
fighting Orochi is fun.
Off Orochi, with Susano dealing the final blow, saving Kushi.
Yeah, have you figured out at this point that I hate the Orochi fight?
You thought it was over.
Hell no. Did I neglect to mention that this game has 3 arcs and this was only the first one? Well, settle in because there's still a ton of story to cover. While I do think the first arc of this game, the Orochi arc, is the longest and most detailed one of the whole playthrough, I will say that the next 2 arcs are not lacking at all in the story or gameplay department. After defeating Orochi, we find out that a mysterious evil force emerged from Orochi's body and split off in all different directions, setting us up nicely for our continued journey across Nippon. For now though, we get to celebrate in Kamiki Village, with all the characters that we met throughout the first arc, and even Mr. Bamboo, who finally gets to sell his bamboo ware.
Yeah, personally, I think the Orochi arc is actually no. It's probably
Taka Pass and the city checkpoint to continue on to the next area.
No, it's not my weakest one. I forgot about I forgot about a bit which we'll get to later, but
very nutty. And while I
don't know, I'm personally not the biggest fan of the Orochi arc. It's just
the gameplay footage of
I get they're trying to set things up,
just know it's
but like at some instances, the Orochi arc just felt bloated.
Rishima Coast, we follow the same format as Arc 1, where we must find the Guardian Sapling and bloom it to rid the curse and fully explore the area. Once the curse is gone, we can help a dude fight some monsters, feed some animals, and learn the even more ancient technique of shitting on our enemies. Once we are done fucking around here, we can make our way to Cyan City. A city where
first it was pissing, now they're shitting. I forgot about that.
We do another digging minigame here to get the water flowing through the city once more, and some guy with a Marge Simpson necklace can lower the bridge for us again after he does some fishing. Once we can make it across the bridge, we are stopped by our good old troll Waka, as he says more cryptic and nonsense shit. Isun calls him pretty and explains that the whole city is getting sick due to a mist.
Isun, stop being horny.
Even the emperor has fallen very ill, and the queen, Himiko, is seemingly doing nothing about it, locking herself in her room. We then continue on to meet a character named Rao, or as Isun likes to call her, Busty Babe. She is a high priestess.
No wonder, Jesus Christ, she had some she's got some badonkers.
A creature called the Water Dragon.
Good Lord.
Who has been terrorizing the citizens of Rishima Coast for some time, with her thinking the Water Dragon has something to do with the mist making everybody sick. She asks us to go get her prayer slips, which we find by the Emperor's palace, and notice the green mist is coming from there. Returning the prayer slips to Rao, she explains that there is a sunken ship that was carrying something called the Fox Rods. The Water Dragon sunk the ship before the Fox Rods could get to Queen Himiko, and Rao wants to go explore the sunken ship and go find them. Using our powers of the moon, we drain the water floor. Rao allows us to break cursed
The internet decided to go bye-bye. I think I'm back now.
Help with some puzzles.
Yeah, you seem to be. You were able to... You were able to come up in my chat, so you should be back.
Get got by a giant seaweed hand, and in the end, don't find the fox rods. Instead, finding a lucky mallet that can be used to shrink us down. Isud remarks
Isud can never stop being horny. Yep.
Through a tiny crack in
pretty much.
Fence, so that's where we head off. But not before having our first encounter with the water dragon that chases us all the way back to shore. We venture off into the Emperor's palace, and using the lucky mallet, we get hammered and head inside a small crack in the wall. Since we're tiny, we also get to see Isun's true form, as he isn't actually a little bug, but a human-looking creature. He saddles up Amy, and we can use him to grab some things that are out of our reach normally. While traversing through the blades of grass in the palace, we come across an imprisoned girl, wearing what looks like an astronaut helmet made out of bamboo. And I know what you may be thinking. There is no way space travel is a thing in this game. And I really do wish I could laugh in disbelief and ignorance with you. But for now, let's just move on. We eventually enter a room full of mist coming from a flask and encounter Kazagami, a drunken sheep who gives us the Veil of Mist brush technique, which allows us to slow down time. We press onward into the palace, soon coming across the Emperor himself, revealing that the mist is coming from him. So naturally, we jump headfirst into this dude's mouth. The setting of inside the Emperor's body is disgusting, but we have to press forward to find out what's
you're inside the body of a person.
It's not a flu. It's actually a cursed demon ghost named Blight. As weird as this may sound, Blight is actually a very cool looking boss. He's a ghost that wears armor and has many swords stabbed into the armor.
Yeah, I really like Blight.
Very swords, one of which actually
Blight's one of my favorite bosses in this game.
We need to find a sword and attack it to deal damage to him. After we defeat Blight, one of the dark clouds that came from Orochi's body when he died dispels from the Emperor, most likely coming from Blight. The city is now cleared of its illness.
One thing I will also appreciate about Okami in general is that I love the boss fights. They're fun, they're tense, and they're just immensely satisfying to beat.
So she is set free, and we come to find that she is the granddaughter of our homeboy, Mr. Bamboo. And she tells us while she was in prison, she had thoughts of her past, mainly that she doesn't remember any of it or where she came from. She says she has a feeling that she must go back to Saza Sanctuary to uncover more of her past, and yeah, she's from outer space. Why? Not a clue in the world. She just is. We literally help her dig up a giant
I'm not even gonna ask that in this game, or how this person is possibly from outer space in Japanese culture.
Nursing her back to health.
Like, I'm just not gonna question it.
The rocket ship after shedding some tears, saying that she needs to leave to uncover her past. As weird and out of nowhere as this plot seems to be, it's actually very heartfelt, and lets our side characters have more of their stories explored. Plus, this kind of comes back later on as well in a weird way. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I do appreciate that plot line. Like you said, it does give a lot of heart to the side characters, which
freeze time. And
you know, it doesn't make them seem lifeless. It seems like that they actually have personality to them.
Explaining that there is a monster
So she has been trying to locate. I do appreciate that plot line.
A magical island that changes its location. Queen Himiko has a crystal ball that will allow her to not only
story
see the future,
is probably
but locate where Oni Island will be next. Though it's a
visuals are the best part of this game. Story is probably the second best part of this game.
Find it, and also monsters might try and stop her. She even puts up a protective barrier around herself for precaution. Oni Island itself also has a barrier around it, which Himiko explains can only be broken by the water dragon, which is currently out of control as we know. This is where the story gets weird again. In order for Himiko to regain control over the water dragon, we must go to the Dragonian domain and speak to the ruler of the Dragonians who live in an underwater palace. Again, what the fuck is going on? Queen Himiko then gives us
not gonna question it.
Dream, a border key, and we carry forward to the other side.
Wait, what'd that say?
Us the Hispanic Dream, a border
disclaimer before you rush to the comments, I'm Hispanic and make this joke.
key, and we carry forward to the other
yes,
side.
Yes, indeed, you are Hispanic.
Universe. We immediately run into Waka, who is here to irritate Isun again, even taking a jab at his art, implying that he stole his art he claims is his own, and then ran away with it. Hashtag Isun is over party 2024, but besides that, he has nothing else to tell us. We meet up with a kid here who is getting bullied randomly because he's saying that he has a friend who is an emissary of the Dragon Palace. After shooing away the bullies, we find out that this emissary, whose name is Orca, appears to this kid at the edge of a dock, but only during the sunrise. You can make it nightfall and sunrise manually, and once you raise the sun at the dock, Orca shows up, who, unsurprisingly, is just an orca whale. From here, you can use Orca to traverse the ocean without having to deal with the water dragon attacking you. There are multiple islands you can visit here, 3 of which can give you upgraded brush techniques for your Power Slash, Cherry Bomb, and Veil of Mist, but you do have to cough up quite a bit of yen for them. One of these islands has a giant tower on it, one that you can hear meowing from. Once you go inside this tower, you climb the walls of it by jumping on and sticking to parts of the walls with paw print patterns on them. Climbing all the way up to the tower and feeding the cat at the very top causes you to encounter Kabagami and learn the catwalk brush technique. Now, wherever there is a statue of Kabagami, you can draw a line from it up the wall and use the paw print pattern that appears to climb and reach new heights. With this newfound power, we can make our way to a long stretch of land, speaking to a man there and find out how to activate a whirlpool galaxy, which Orca informed us was the way to get into the Dragon Palace. Using our Galestorm technique, we rotate the
Hey, thank you so much for the follow.
Appears, allowing us to hop back onto Orca and enter the Dragon Palace. Without questioning how Ami and Isun can breathe underwater, we enter the Dragon Palace and speak to the leader of the Dragonians, Otahime, who drops a lot of exposition on us about the water dragon. Basically, the Dragonian species has the power to turn into giant water dragons, and when evil spirits led by the Dark Lord from Oni Island attacked the Dragon Palace, their old king transformed to fight them off. Unfortunately though, this fight ended with the water dragon losing control. Otahime explains that we can't regain control over the water dragon, but we can harness its power using the dragon orb, which is located within the water dragon. So just like the Emperor, we solved this situation by jumping into the water dragon's mouth. While inside the water dragon looks a lot nicer than inside the Emperor, the dragon's guts are filled with some acidic red liquid, and we have to essentially slice open his insides to flood his stomach with this liquid so we may use it to free the dragon orb, which is tangled up in its guts. Wonderful. Dragon orb in hand, we get ambushed by the evil forces that have taken over the water dragon. Fox enemies start attacking us, but as always, we kick their asses, and we also obtain the fox rods that Rao had mentioned a while back. Unfortunately, all this fighting and the red liquid we flooded the water dragon's body with causes it to die, and we make a daring escape. The spirit of the Dragonian king appears to us, explaining that he swallowed the dark instrument, the fox rods, and this drove him to madness. But he did so to protect everyone, as the Dark Lord has stunted power without the fox rods. The king warns that evil creatures will try and get a hold of the rods at any cost, and as we return to the surface, Rao shows up, asking for the fox rods. In what can only be described as a fit of stupidity, Ami gives her the instrument and she runs away, claiming she is going to use use the fox rods to save Himiko. Returning to Otahime, we have to tell her the sad news of her husband's death. When the dragon orb shows us a vision of Rao getting chased by a dark entity. Rushing off to go save her, we come across a ghostly figure of Rao, leading us to a hidden cave with a secret passageway that takes us right to Himiko's palace. We also find a skeleton down there wearing the exact same clothes as Rao, which should be the moment that Amy knew she fucked up. Arriving at Himiko's palace,
we fucked up.
Himiko slaughtered, with Rao standing off to the side claiming a monster attacked them. It isn't long before Rao's facade is uncovered and we find that she is Ninetales, an evil monster commanded by the Dark Lord. After a fight with a hybrid of Ninetales and Rao, Ninetales runs
Ninetales
off
is also a really good boss.
Himiko, who presents herself in her crystal ball that uses the last of her power to unveil the location of Oni Island. Running back to the land where we spun the galaxy vortex, Otahime is there, stating that she is going to use the dragon orb to transform into a water dragon herself, to make a bridge to Oni Island and break the barrier for us to cross. And so we do. Oni Island's main gimmick is that we meet this slip of paper. Literally, he's a floating slip of paper named Toby, and we do so many different obstacle courses and races with the lad. During these races, we come across a statue of Gekigami. Repairing it,
I don't know why they had to be races.
The giant tiger himself, and he gives us the lightning strike brush technique, so we can now control and redirect lightning. We can clear some more puzzles and barriers with this.
Yeah, I especially love the lightning magic.
With the oddly advanced
That's probably my favorite magic to use in this game is the lightning.
We do also come across our old friend Blockhead as well, but the points we have to hit on him aren't too difficult, so we press onwards. Eventually, we come to the last trial against Toby, and when we defeat him in the race, he straight up dies. The game once again has this extremely emotional moment with dialogue between Isun and Toby about how Toby had been waiting for a great opponent like Amy and can now die happy when he is literally a floating piece of paper. With that top 10 anime death contender out of the way, we climb to the top of the tower at Oni Island and complete a constellation to summon Ninetales. The Ninetales boss fight breaks down into two parts. After attacking a few times, Ninetales...
Yeah, this boss fight is fun. I really like the Ninetales boss fight.
Shock it using our lightning powers, causing Ninetales to split off.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of stakes involved considering he killed Himiko.
Having their own health bar. When using any of our brush magic skills, Ninetales can actually cancel out our attacks with her own brush magic, so we have to act fast. Even though Ninetales,
yeah, and that's the best part about that fight. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, that Ninetales is the only boss in the game that can like actually attempt to cancel your own brush techniques. So it makes things a lot more intense than it normally would. Because like being able to cancel out those brush techniques, it definitely makes the fight a lot more intense and fun that way. That's why I really like the Ninetales fight.
Defeated, another black mass of smoke releases from her and heads north, just like what happened to Blight. Isun laments that they will have to head north next, but he worries about it, hinting at his past a bit. Once we head back from Oni Island, we are immediately stopped by Waka, who tells us there is a storm above Shinshu Fields and directs us to a specific spot there for us to travel to so we can continue on. This completes the second arc of the game, which I think is by far the weirdest one. Though that's not to say Arc 3 isn't weird as well, as that arc introduces more nonsense to the mix, but we will get to that soon.
Yeah, the second arc was definitely the weirdest arc in my eyes, but it was also the one I probably enjoyed the most because it was so weird. Plus, you also had some stakes involved. Again, Ninetales killing Himiko there. You had a lot of stakes involved as well. So this is why I think personally this was my favorite arc of the three.
The third arc honestly has to be one of my favorites in general, as it does a great job tying up loose ends in the story and giving us lots of background and lore of a lot of the world, but also our main characters as well, specifically Isun. In Shinshu Fields, we find a mysterious tower which we can zap with our lightning, revealing a passageway that takes us...
Yeah, Ninetales is one of my favorites too, and yeah, it is the only one that also uses a brush to cancel out our techniques.
Entering Kamui for the first time, we must rid the curse by blooming the guardian sapling, of course, but before we do that, we meet another pretty man. I mean, another great character named Oki. Oki picks a fight with us in human
King,
form
you gotta
first,
stop with this man.
Into a wolf, just like almost everyone else within Kamui. So he also fights us in wolf form.
You gotta stop calling every character you encounter pretty.
We kick his ass. After the fight with Oki, he explains to us that him and the rest of the Ona tribe have been kept safe from monsters for years. However, now the mountains have been taken over by twin demons named Lechku and Nechku. He explains that because of this, an extreme cold is flooding the land and putting everyone in danger. He also speaks of a prophecy that the village's sacred sword will glow silver when an ice wall is shattered and a path to the heavens revealed. After blooming the guardian sapling, we can head to Wepkir and find it completely frozen over, with the small amount of the Ona tribe villagers left to huddle in their homes. As it turns out, Isun knows a lot of the villagers, and they know him as well. Some even saying that Isun should go check up on his own village, with Isun protesting in response. One of the villagers won't let us see the village elder, prompting us to backtrack when we are stopped by another villager, Kai, who explains that all the dark shadows we have seen escaping from various monsters we have fought have all made their way back to Kamui, and into the shrine where Lechku and Nechku reside. After talking to Kai, we are allowed to speak to the village elder, who dumps more exposition on us about how Kai's younger sister Laika has gone missing, and she is the only one with the ability to perform the volcanic incantation that will make the volcanoes erupt to warm the land of Kamui. Now that our quest to locate Laika is set, Kai accompanies us to Yoshpet and the Forest of Confusion. Before entering the forest, we are once again visited by Girly Pop, who says he's looking for a path to the heavens. Isun immediately thinks he is
There's just so many pretty characters in this game,
but
please.
Wako is actually referring to the Ark of Yamato that is buried under ice in Kamui. After he disappears, we follow Kai into the forest, making our way to a clearing, and the Lucky Mallet makes an appearance again so we can get shrunk down. From here, we have to enter a place called Ponkton, home of the Ponkles. However, unlike last time when we shrunk, Isun does not accompany us, making up some excuse to why he can't go in. Within Ponkton, we can interact with many Ponkles, including a girl that has some history with Isun, as well as Isun's grandfather Ishiku, who actually knows who Amaterasu is and reconnects with her. As it turns out, Isun's grandpa traveled with Shiranui and knows Ami has been reincarnated from her. And he also mentions that he would want to travel with her again if he wasn't so old, being upset that she doesn't have a traveling companion, showing that he has no idea where Isun is. We can actually find and enter Isun's house here as well, and, well, he'd be a great Twitter artist. That's
well then.
After talking to everyone in
Wait, what
town,
was
we
that?
return
I
to
spoke
Isun,
over that.
who tells us how he has for sure. After talking to everyone in town, and, well, he'd be a great Twitter artist, that's for sure. After talking to everyone in town, we return to Isu, who tells us how he
would be a great Twitter artist
after he abandoned his training and ran away with one of his paintings. Apparently, Isun was training to be a celestial envoy like Ishiku, so he could become a guide for the gods, and up and left. F in the chat for Isun. Ishiku then explains to us that we should check out the Spirit Gate, but he does it like Judd from Pet Cemetery, so we return to Isun and explain that we have to go there to look for Laika. Before we officially leave, a girl from Ponkton speaks to Isun, and he is kind of a huge dick to her for no reason, and we
put
ignore
a cork
her
in
and
it.
press onward to the Spirit Gate. Now, the Spirit Gate concept is kind of weird, but stay with me here. Basically, this giant gate has just been in the forest forever, and no one knows where it came from, and when you enter it, you time travel. Yes, the game that has brought us bamboo space travel, water dragon lore, one of the top 10 anime deaths to ever grace our screen, shape-shifting villagers, tiny bug people who paint naked women. I can't even say that.
Yeah, and we now have
Tiny bug people who paint naked women, and the ability to press A to piss.
Yeah, now we have time travel.
Time travel in the third arc of the game. Peak story design, really. Just before we are about to travel back in time, Oki appears and joins us, as we are brought to the village of Kamiki once again, but 100 years in the past. If 100 years in the past rings a bell for you, it's because that is when Nagi and Shiranui first slayed Orochi and locked him away. And you bet your ass that's the exact point in time that we have returned to. Exploring the village, Isun is acting dense as fuck, as we the audience can already tell we have traveled back in time. The villagers are treating Ami with a lot of hostility.
Insert free birds back in time quote here.
Orochi's familiar when she first appeared to the villagers before she fought alongside Nagi to defeat the serpent. We even run into Nagi, who finally knocks some sense into Isun and then tries to knock us around a bit. But just like the rest, we kick his ass. Unfortunately, we kick his ass so hard he passes out, and we have effectively screwed up the past worse than Philip J. Fry did when he became his own grandpa. Because we have done this and the real Shiranui is nowhere to be seen, we grab Nagi, disguise him as a maiden, as the prophecy foretold apparently, even though this is the first time we are hearing of this detail, and we rush off to the moon cave. On our way to the moon cave, we actually fight some some monsters from the past, but they are literally aliens, so that's just another thing that this game is throwing into the mix. We make it to the moon cave. Orochi gets mad that Nagi is in drag, even though I think he slays, and we are left to fight
Damn,
Orochi
Japanese culture is a lot more weirder than I thought it would. Than I thought it was.
Actually holding Laika captive, so now the plots converge. Oki also comes flying out of nowhere and demands to fight Orochi. Of course, we end up fighting him, and the fight is the same as the first one. Orochi is just a bit more powerful, but we get his.
Yeah, and that's the thing I hate about Orochi. And I'm sure you'll explain this later, but you fight him 3 times. And does he change throughout any of those 3 times? No. Not one bit. No, absolutely nothing changes about this fight. So I don't get why putting him in here 2 more times is, you know, a good design choice when he's not going to change up his fighting style. It makes no sense.
Again for Nagi to deal the final blows and take most of the glory. However, we got Laika back, so all is well in the end. Just before we are about to leave, a giant rock falls on Nagi, seemingly killing him. However, as it turns out, Shiranui actually saved Nagi from the rock, and Ishiku even makes an appearance telling Ami and Isun to return to their regular time as we see Nagi pick up Shiranui like a little baby and take her to safety. Making it back to present day, we bring Laika to the rest of the villagers, but find out that Oki has run off to the Waku Shrine, unleashing the cold air from the shrine's doors to ravage the land of Kamui. Before Laika can recite the volcanic incantation, we must go defeat Lechku and Nechku and also find Oki. Wawaku Shrine is another dungeon-like area filled with ice and puzzles along with enemies to fight. While exploring the shrine,
I love ice physics. I don't like that dungeon because of the ice physics.
Blizzard. Unfortunately, not the Dairy Queen kind though. With all 13 brush techniques recovered,
shame.
We also unlock the best.
Should have been the Dairy Queen kind of Blizzard.
Solar Flare, and are almost the strongest
Solar Flare
in the whole game.
What, did Amaterasu steal that from Goku too?
Is because there is actually a secret holy artifact you can unlock by finding 100 stray beads scattered across the entire game in varying locations that makes you basically invincible. It gives you unlimited health and ink as well as a huge attack boost, but finding these beads is no easy task. Some are unlocked by beating a blockhead with about 1 million.
I don't know. I feel like I don't like that.
Once in my entire life before.
Like,
and another is done by defeating some of the most.
I don't know if I like. I don't know if I like finding all those to, you know, get that divine skill. Because, like, sure, you get unlimited health. That means nothing. Like, you know, nothing's gonna kill you, and you're just gonna kick everything's ass. But also, that kind of ruins the stakes, you know? Like, there's no urgency, there's no stakes involved once you get that unlimited health. Like, there's just, I don't know, I just feel like something like that just, like, ruins the urgency of the situation they're in.
Devil Gate Trials. I don't have any footage of me defeating the Devil Gate Trials in question, as I did them off stream, but one of them has you fighting 2 Wakas, then 2 Evil Rows multiple times, and then finishes with fighting 3 Nagis all at the same fucking time. And if you die, you have to start the entire thing all over. Luckily, I didn't die during the Devil Gate Trials.
No, I hate these trials too.
Of this game because I'm
like,
just that goated, but my god, are these some of the most grueling things ever.
Yeah, no, I hate these trials.
All the beads on my
I don't think I've ever completed the trials.
One day I might unlock this artifact, who knows. But for now, Solar Flare with Gold Dust and our health and ink upgrades are the strongest we're gonna get. Making our way through the rest of Wawaku Shrine and through some of the most patience-testing platforming I have ever dealt with, we arrive at the lair of Nechku and Lechku. The fight with Nechku and Lechku...
Okay, so, say what you want about the platforming there. Yes, the platforming is awful. But I feel like it is so worth it to fight Nechku and Lechku here. Nechku and Lechku are probably... No, they are definitely my favorite boss in the entire game. Even more than Ninetales. Like... The limited health and ink artifact is something I never go and get because it does make the gameplay kind of useless. Yeah, like... I'm not sure why they put it in if it's just going to make the gameplay useless. But also, back to what I was talking about. Like, yeah, the platforming sucks there in that shrine, but it is worth it for the fight against Nechku and Lechku, because this is probably my favorite boss fight in the entire game, even more than Ninetales.
Who turns epic when Shiranui shows up to help us fight the demons, and both of us absolutely, without a fucking doubt, kick major ass. However, Oki shows up and causes shit to go sideways, and allows the demons to escape, and also causes Shiranui to get extremely hurt in the process. So we must make our way through more patience-testing platforming until we make it to the real fight, where Oki decides he is going to actually fight with us, and we are able to shoot him at Lechku and Nechku so we can stab them in the face. With Oki realizing that kicking ass is better with friends, we defeat the demons. Shiranui uses the last of her strength to
yeah, no, that fight kicks ass. I love the Lechku Nechku fight.
Smiling at the fact that Oki's sword
probably my favorite fight in the game.
Silver after he stopped being a complete eel. His sword glowing silver marks the start of a prophecy, and as he said when we first met him, Laika is able to recite the volcanic incantation properly, and a sheet of ice cracks and an ancient frozen ship rises to the surface. This ship is known as the Ark of Yamato, said to have been a vessel for the gods.
Oh god, here we go. The Ark of Yamato. This right here is honestly my biggest problem with Okami. I despise the Ark of Yamato. And you're about to find out why I hate it so much.
A gateway to the heavens. The door to the ship opens and a rainbow bridge extends, inviting Amy in, but this bridge is the point of no return as well. So once we head inside, there is absolutely no turning back, and we are in for it to the end. We head on to the rainbow bridge, where Isun parts ways with us, saying that he isn't able to follow us into the Ark. At first it's played off as him.
Yep, that's the first thing I hate about the Ark of Yamato. Is it's the point of no return. Once you go in there, you can't come back out. You can't buy anything else in the game. You just go in there, and it's literally the point of no return. So that's problem number one with Ark of Yamato.
Him being a bit cowardly and as a joke, but soon we are once again visited by Waka, who actually tells Isun that he can't go into the Ark anyways, as only celestial beings can enter. And even though Isun does try from here, he is not able to. Waka and Amy then do a cute little dance and head inside. Within the ship, we have to do a boss rush. We have to fight Crimson Helm.
Problem number two with Ark of Yamato. Boss rushes. I hate boss rushes. There are only two franchises where I actually enjoy boss rushes. They come from Mega Man games and Kirby games. Like, those are the only two franchises, Mega Man and Kirby, where I will accept boss rushes. And like, sure, there are other franchises where this works as well, like Zelda. But just because they work doesn't mean I have to like them. So this was problem number two with Ark of Yamato, is the boss rush. I hate this boss rush so much. I unfortunately said nothing bad about this game this entire video, so I'm excited to see you say the bad things, yeah. I mean, honestly, I feel like this video would have been a lot better if you, like, also acknowledge the bad things. Because, you know, no video game is perfect. Like, hell, not even my favorite video game is perfect. It's filled to the brim with problems, but I still love it to bits. But, yeah, I feel like this is something... This is, like, a little bit of advice if you're going to make another one of these videos. Is... Like, you have to acknowledge both the good and the bad of the game, no matter how much you enjoy it. But at least that's just how I like to view making videos like this. And yeah, we fight Orochi for a third time. That's problem number 3 with the Ark of Yamato. We fight Orochi again. And does he change?
Blight
No.
Ninetales, the Spider Queen, and Orochi, yes, for the third time, with getting lore about the Ark on the way. As it turns out, the Ark was taken by monsters as it was once created as a cargo ship.
One thing I will appreciate, though, about the Ark of Yamato, despite how much I despise it, is I really do enjoy the lore. Excuse me. I really do enjoy the lore implications they give us here in the Ark of Yamato. That's the only thing I really like about this.
To transport monsters by the lunar civilization. Once the ship of the monsters and celestials hit Earth, the monsters and evil spirits started to live there and inhabit Earth. And there was a whole conspiracy here where the celestials whose souls are trapped in the Ark think the Moon Tribe and lunar civilization infested the Ark with monsters on purpose. We also come to learn that when we defeat Orochi, his dark powers were released across the land and gave the monsters from the Ark power. When we defeated them, their dark power returned to the Ark, and this is why we are fighting them again. But this time, there seems to be a more evil presence controlling them all. Once we defeat all the bosses again, the final celestial spirit references the man from the Moon Tribe with the golden hair and how he helped us during the Orochi fight that took place within the celestial plane, saying that the celestials are grateful for him. She is obviously referring to Waka, revealing that he is actually a member of the Moon Tribe and has something to do with all this stuff that's going wrong. Something that Isun actually accused him of multiple times during their bickering. From here, we can proceed onward to the final boss. The final boss battle of this game is great, in my opinion. When we enter the arena, we first see Waka.
Yeah, this final boss fight is, look, despite, okay, I can say whatever I want about Okami. Like, I obviously still think the game is good, and it's great for what Capcom was trying to go for. But like I said, for as many problems as I do have with Okami, I will admit this final boss is one of my favorites in all of gaming. I absolutely adore this final boss with Yami. And I guess throughout probably these next 5 or 6 minutes or so, you're going to find out why. I made this video more of a love letter to Okami, and I guess less of a classic review. But I do think with another in-depth game review, I will be more honest and less nostalgia blind. I mean, it's nice what you were trying to go for here with like the love letter to Okami, but like, cause like it's your favorite game, obviously. So I'm not gonna, boggle you too much about it because I know how much you love this game. But like, yeah, if you're like gonna do another in-depth review of something that's like, not your favorite thing in all of existence, then yeah, I'd say be a little more honest. But I mean, for something like this, for something like, a love letter to your favorite game of all time, I can honestly let it slide.
Darkness, or the Dark Lord. Not him, that others have mentioned. Yami is the one who killed all the
No, not Voldemort. Get him out of here.
And is the one who brought all the monsters to the mortal plane. When Yami is awakened, he steals all
Yami. Yeah, I love this fight.
Leaving Amy powerless again. Yami
this is one of my favorite boss fights.
A little fish in a glass ball, and then goes to attack Amy.
Yeah, this is just one of my favorite boss fights. One of my favorite final boss fights in all of gaming, honestly. Wait, why is my task manager up? But yeah, no, this is one of my favorite final boss fights in all of gaming. Just the fight itself, the presentation, the music, the symbolism, like everything just works here so well. Everything just works really well to its advantage. And I don't have anything wrong to say about this fight other than maybe it drags on a little bit. But again, that's mostly just because of the like the symbolism. Oh, that's just my friend streaming. But yeah, no, just like from how the fight is to gameplay in the fight, to presentation, to music, the symbolism, I just adore the Yami final boss fight. No, I know what you mean. I appreciate the advice for sure. I think it is a good idea. Yeah.
with Waka deciding to finally not be a dick and jump in front of Amy to protect her. While Waka is having his non-dick moment, he actually admits to being the one who brought the Ark to the Celestials in the first place and put this whole thing in motion, now trying to atone for his mistakes. Waka is hot though, so me and Amy forgive him. Waka then has a Sin from Adventure Time moment and gets fucking yeeted into the stratosphere. Amy wakes back up, howls, and the fight begins. Yami's fight starts with you having absolutely no weapons or powers. Hitting Yami a few times will eventually result in you gaining access to your powers once again, one by one, with each pattern and attack often requiring
there's so much symbolism in this fight. Because, like, Yami being a fish, like, with the symbolism, Yami being a fish represents that all things start out small. In this first phase, the symbolism is man's desire to crush.
The fight is nothing short of epic, with the swelling music, the atmosphere, the gradual return of all your powers, the difficulty in the boss, the multiple phases, when Yami turns into a giant Dr. Eggman-style robot, everything. But what I really like about this fight is near the end of it. When Yami takes his...
Yeah, so I don't think you really go into this, King. It doesn't sound like you're going to, but, yeah, no, the symbolism in this fight is just absolutely fantastic. Like the fish representing all things small, and the phases representing man's desire to crush, to burn, to gamble, to like build machines for destruction, and like how everything.
His master hand from Smash Bros. Form, and be on her last legs. It seems like all hope is gone.
Yeah, no, there's just so much symbolism to this fight, and I absolutely love it.
From multiple characters we have met throughout our journey, all talking about Amy and her impact on the world and them as well. All of them begin praying to her to make the sun shine once more. While all of this is happening, the song Reset, which is my favorite song in the game, plays softly in the background. It fills me with such emotion and nostalgia. It's such a sad yet hopeful song, and evokes such feelings within me every time I hear it. As it turns out, Isun has finally become a celestial envoy, and has painted Amaterasu and provided everyone with the message of her, so they may believe in her and give her strength. Even his grandfather is proud of him again. Isun calls out to Amy, telling her to find her strength and pull through, while he rallies everyone to join together and pray and show love to Amy. All these prayers and all these words bring back the celestial powers to Amy, regaining her strength. She makes the sun rise and fully embraces and embodies Okami Amaterasu. With our newfound powers, one last time, we kick Yami's ass, ridding Nippon of evil. With Yami defeated, Amy wags her tail and Waka appears in his spaceship. He congratulates Amy and they soar off to the celestial plane. When it comes to post-game, you actually unlock a new game plus mode and have the ability to play the game over again with all your weapons and upgraded stats, besides the solar flare weapon. When you complete the game, you get a results screen that shows different unlockables and the criteria. On the playthrough you're seeing right now, I got an unlockable for not dying once, defeating a lot of enemies, gathering a lot of yen, and gathering a lot of demon fangs. The only one I didn't achieve was the total number of praise points. These achievements will carry on to your new Game Plus mode as well, and they allow you to change the appearance of Amy, or make her a completely different dog breed. It's actually adorable and I love it. You also unlock multiple pieces of concept art, in-game art, and full soundtracks, and many more extras. All of these art pieces can actually be found in the Okami art book, which I actually have a copy of in real life as well. All the art made for this game is absolutely stunning, and being able to access it both in-game and in an art book is wonderful.
The art style and art direction is absolutely the best part about Okami.
There are online copies of it as well if you ever wanted to check it out. The art and specific style of art in this game is so heavily focused on, and one of the reasons of that is most likely because a huge theme in this game is the art itself. Thin Reaper, I think, put this into words best in his in-depth Okami review, where he said that the main theme presented in this game is the preservation of stories through art. Throughout the game, one of the main
I completely agree with that.
Is Isun's plot of becoming a celestial envoy and developing his art skills to, in the end, become a missionary for Amy. He does this by creating artwork of her and spreading her story around to everyone to make them believe. And as it turns out, the parts in this game told by narration and paintings done in the traditional Japanese watercolor style are actually being told to the player by Isun. The entire game is presented to us in this specific style because it is all Isun telling the story of Amaterasu through art. Telling stories through art is something that I, as an artist myself, have always wanted to do and strive to do within my day-to-day artwork, no matter how big or small the story I have to tell in the art pieces is. Art is something that has shaped my life and has been a defining factor of who I am and who I have always been. This story and theme from Okami really resonates with me, I think, because of how much art...
Yeah, fun fact. The art you see in my thumbnails for my videos and live streams, my stream schedules, my stream schedule posts, that art you see of my PNG avatar, that was made by King. That was made by this lovely man right here. And I'm forever grateful for him getting me started on hopefully getting a VTuber model myself sometime in the future. I'm really hoping that I can make it that far. But it is a grind, so we're getting there. It's a grind. We're getting there.
As a whole resonates with me as well. The ability to take your paintbrush, your pencil, your pens, or whatever you want to use and create something with such a deep and rich meaning and story to it, no matter what it is you are creating, is such a beautiful thing. And Okami really captures this feeling. As you traverse through the world, you are improving and impacting the world with your art. Every cursed and polluted land is brought back to life with the strokes of your paintbrush, and evil is conquered by the same strokes as well. Art is, at its core, something magical. It brings life to the world. It tells stories. It makes people feel things. It brings us together. And it makes our lives...
Yep, you indeed are the artist.
Whether you create art or you are just a consumer and admirer of it, art will always impact our world. And at times like this, with the rise of generative AI art that has no emotion, no reason, and no life to it, we need to be reminded of how art and artists make positive changes in our lives more than ever. And I think Okami is such a great example of reminding us of this. Clover Studios clearly put a lot of time, effort, energy, and life into this game. And I also think that including the art pieces and the extras and also releasing the art as a book are just more things pointing to these messages presented in the game of preserving the stories, preserving art, and appreciating it. In the end, Okami is my William Afton of video games, in the sense that it will always come back and I will always...
Yeah, I know you'd love for me to have a VTuber model. I'm getting there. It's just going to take a lot of time.
A very special place in my heart for its story, its characters, its gameplay, and themes. There is a part of me that has always wanted a sequel. And no, Okami Den isn't really a sequel. But honestly, the more I play this game...
Yeah, Okami Den, isn't that more of a prequel or midquel?
The more I am...
I think it's more of a prequel. I've never played Okami Den.
...that I've come across like Okami, and I think its concept and messages are so impactful and unique, and I don't think there ever will be a game quite like Okami again. It's honestly a shame that the game got such mid-reception upon its release and over the years, but I am glad that it seems to be gathering a good cult following as the years go on, because it deserves all that and more. So the too long didn't watch of all this is, go play Okami. It's a fantastic game that will wow you beginning to end, and hopefully you will be able to gather at least a bit of a deeper appreciation for it like I have over my life and time playing it. Thanks so much for sticking around with me to the end and listening to this extremely long video. I hope you liked it. If you did, make sure to like, subscribe, hit that bell, do all those silly little things to help support my channel, as this video took me a very, very long time to make, so I would greatly appreciate it. I do hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you in the next video. Bye!
So yeah, that was PokeKing's video on his love letter to Okami, and while I myself personally don't find this game fantastic, it's still a good game, but it's just not for me. This is definitely a good example of how much love, effort was put into Okami in this video, and it really shows. But yeah, that was the first video I'm going to react to, and the last thing we are going to do for tonight. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this lad. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this lad. Mr. Schaeferless Productions himself. We're going to watch his latest video that I have yet to watch. It just came out today. It's his every Disney villain ranked, and I'm going in this blind, so like I don't know his rankings on any of these villains, but yeah, but before we do, I'm going to take a quick break, get some more water, and just do a tiny little stretch. But when I come back, this is the last. When I come back, this is the last thing we will be doing for tonight. So I will be right back. All right, we are back. And yeah, as you all know, this is going to be the last thing I'm going to be talking about or going to be reacting to tonight. We're going to be watching Schaefer Productions video on every Disney villain ring. Now, I watched his Pixar villains movie. I think he did like a few months ago. And I thought that one was really good. So I'm curious to see about his Disney villains, but I know for damn sure who's going to be number one. And anyone else who's probably familiar with Schaefer knows who's going to be number one. So without further ado, let's get started.
Funding for Schaefer is provided by
Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. You know, as someone who's seen every single Disney animated movie in order to rank all of them 2 years ago, I should really put my knowledge of them all to good use in another way. How about we take a look at each one of the studio's villains? Everybody loves Disney villains. They're so deliciously, unapologetically evil, and often the most memorable characters in the movie they're from. I mean, that's not always the case, but hoo boy, when these guys hit, you're left with one of the most iconic villains in all of cinema. But for every absolute evil icon the studio has given us, there's definitely a ton more that really kind of suck. So I figured it was my duty to go over each and every one with a fine-tooth comb, determining which ones are peak and which ones are King Magnifico. Ooh, sorry to kick Wish while it's down. It's just too easy.
Oh,
say before we get into this,
ouch.
A couple of ground rules. We're only looking at the 63 animated features from Walt Disney Animation Studios, from Snow White all the way to Moana 2. We're not including Pixar villains. I mean, obviously, I already ranked them all. And we're also not including any TV shows or direct-to-DVD sequels. I know, I would love to talk about Sarouche or the Tim Curry organ again. It's just not meant to be, you guys.
No.
That means for villains who appear in both the original films and their direct-to-DVD sequels, I'm only going to be looking at how they are in the original film, just for the sake of fairness and simplicity. Just like the Pixar ranking, I'm also only going to be taking one villain per movie, whoever I consider to be the main villain, just so this doesn't go on forever. There are also some movies that don't have villains, and those, in my opinion, are Dumbo, the Winnie the Pooh movies, Brother Bear, Bolt, Ralph Breaks the Internet, Encanto, Strange World, and of course I'm not going to include any of the package films in the 40s that consisted of multiple stories within a single film.
Yeah, I don't think any of those movies have villains in them.
Sorry, Chernabog, you're really cool, but you were also basically just the villain of a slightly abstract short. I don't really think you count for the sake of this. With all this in mind, I ended up landing on a roster of
the best Disney villain is obviously Yokai from Big Hero 6.
Bad, and let's see who's just really bad at being bad. They will never be bad, and that's not good. I don't know, man. Let's just get the fucking thing started.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Lady and the Tramp might have pulled off the greatest hat trick in terrible villainy I've ever seen. I was actually rather unsure whether to count 3 different villains as the main one for the purposes of this
Okay,
list.
first thing right off the bat.
Whether to trick
In the game of life.
Lady and the Tramp might have pulled off the greatest.
I respect his use of Ace Attorney game footage. Actually, that's one of the games I'm probably going to be streaming tomorrow is the Ace Attorney Investigations game. So I know how much Schaefer loves Ace Attorney, so we're probably going to see footage of this series a lot in this video.
Hat trick in terrible villainy I've ever seen. I was actually rather unsure whether to count 3 different villains as the main one for the purposes of this list. But what's truly remarkable is the fact that no matter which one I picked, all 3 of them would have easily taken the bottom spot on this list.
Yeah, like which one do you pick here from Lady and the Tramp? You pick the rat? The Siamese cats? Or like the actual human villain? I have no idea who he's going to pick.
Completely different reasons from each other. Well, to be fair, they all do have one thing tying them together as villains. They're all not really in the movie that much at all. It's a little bit more of a vibe movie without an overarching antagonist behind everything. But with that said, it does have some villains that do technically count for the purposes of this ranking. Let's go through the dishonorable mentions. There's the racist Siamese cats. Yeah, beyond the obvious reason why they'd be.
Oh yeah, I forgot they were racist.
They also cause mischief in one scene and then disappear from the movie entirely. And yet, this is what won the Twitter poll for who should count as the main villain. Guys, I think you might have been wrong about this one. Just a tad. There's also the rat who shows up in the final.
No, he's gonna pick Aunt Sarah.
And instigate a last-minute conflict. This is a non-character with 0 presence whatsoever. He doesn't hold a candle against any other Disney villain in existence for equally obvious reasons. But ultimately, when determining the main villain of Lady and the Tramp, I landed on Aunt Sarah. Somehow the most presentable main antagonist in this film, and yet she's also by far the lamest and worst Disney villain of all time, with absolutely no competition for that coveted title. She has maybe 2 or 3 minutes of screen time, where all she does is get mad at Lady and Tramp. She wants to put a muzzle on Lady, and she calls the pound on Tramp. That's it. Those are the heinous actions of the main villain of this film. Yeah, she's a bit mean to animals and definitely a hateable enough character. Plus, she owns racist cats, which is another extremely questionable trait of hers. But come on, there's practically nothing to work with here. She's not nefarious, she's not funny, she's not memorable. She's unlikable for all the wrong reasons. Not the fun, dastardly reasons that make other Disney villains a joy to watch. And to top all of that off, she's only in a tiny fraction of the film. It is genuinely
like 2 or 3 scenes. Like it's absolutely insane. 2 or 3 scenes Aunt Sarah is in this movie.
Ones I dislike more, or who are way more heavily flawed. But at least they gave me something to work with, damn it. This is a nothing character from a, quite frankly, almost nothing movie. Yeah, as someone who isn't even really a fan of Lady and the Tramp in general, it should not be all that surprising that its villain is kind of the worst of the worst, in my opinion. Fortunately, we literally can't go lower than this.
One was a butler, the dreams of his time.
If there's anyone that I could reasonably call nobody's favorite Disney villain, it would have to be Edgar from the Aristocats. I mean, oh my god, what a lame villain. He's not funny, he's
interesting,
not intimidating, his plan is stupid, he just kind of...
I actually thought that one of the villains he mentioned in the previous segment, like, well, maybe not Hans, but like Callahan, Bellwether, the guy from Wish, I thought they were at least going to take this spot. Not Edgar from the Aristocats, but I can definitely see why. He's definitely just as boring as Aunt Sarah in Lady and the Tramp is. But like, yeah, there's just no memorability with this guy.
Sucks. Okay, so the lore is that this old lady is gonna give all of her belongings and riches to her cats, and then her butler Edgar will get all of it when the cats die. Do you really think the cats are gonna be able to use all that stuff? Do you really think a court of law is gonna uphold this?
By law, pets can inherit money.
To dispose of them. Except he's too chicken shit to actually kill them, so he just puts sleeping powder in their milk and then ditches them on the side of the highway. Okay, what if they are found or make their way back to the house? Which they do in this movie. Is he stupid? Anyway, they come
Yes,
back,
Edgar is
catches them
stupid.
again, and decides to ship them to Timbuktu, which he could have just done the first time to completely negate the chance of them returning without having to kill them. I don't know, man. Questioning his logic wouldn't really be necessary if he was entertaining in the slightest, but he's just so boring and dull.
Thomas
and
O'Malley
terrible,
is
and I
my
think I'm just
biggest
being
hear me
so
out
annoyed.
listen.
There's nothing to say about Edgar. He sucks. If I can't think of a single thing,
I'm not sure who my biggest hear me out listen would be from the Disney villains. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it as this list goes on.
About a villain, then I think that's a sign that they're gonna have to be near the bottom of this list. Only outdoing Aunt Sarah because there's the mildest of malicious intent behind his actions. Sorry to all the Edgar fans. Oh wait, I'm just kidding. There are none.
I'm leaving you. Is it because my mom's a sheep?
Well, I guess I gotta talk about these characters again. I'll keep this brief, because unlike most of my other old videos, I think my original one on Twist Villains holds up pretty well, and you can hear my extended thoughts on this trio there. But to summarize the worst of the three, don't you guys like it when a villain is revealed with 7 minutes left in the movie? Bellwether sucks ass.
Yeah,
She's
no,
barely a
Bellwether
character
is
before
so
the big
bad.
reveal. There are no indications that she's the culprit behind everything, other than a blink and you'll miss it sticky note on her desk to call one of the drug guys.
Yeah, like there's literally no indication that Bellwether is a villain or resents her position as like secretary to the J.K. Simmons Lion president. Like there's no indication that she resents her position as secretary and her relationships with the president, the police, or even with these drug guys who they literally come up in like the last 30 or so minutes in the movie. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous how much little time Bellwether gets as a villain. And like my opinion on Zootopia as a whole has just kind of, you know, died off a lot. And I'm honestly just not excited for the sequel that was announced.
One other thing I didn't mention in my original video is that I just don't buy her as a villain. Like, I'm not intimidated by her in the slightest. Whereas at least Hans, and that was his mistake, do kind of have intimidating line deliveries post-reveal. And you might say, well, yeah, she's not supposed to be intimidating because she's a meek little sheep. Yes, that is her facade. I was kind of hoping that when the facade is gone, the real her would have more sinister and chilling line deliveries. I don't think that's a big ask, because in Emperor's New Groove, when Yzma turns into a cute little cat, she still sounds very murderous and scary. This is with a cat filter on her voice. She intimidates me more than the fucking main villain of Zootopia. And I honestly completely forgot about this, but she also does the whole I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die thing. Man, I love cliches. You just keep hitting the home runs, Disney. Okay, I genuinely don't want to talk about her ever again. This has got to be the last time, right? I guess maybe I'll have to inevitably compare her to the main villain of Zootopia too. But I sincerely doubt whoever that is will be worse than her.
And this is the thanks I get?
Woo! Not last, not last, not last. I will give King
Oh, boy.
Magnifico the following compliments. Chris Pine does a very good job voice acting. His design is cool enough. So anyway, now for why he sucks. I mean,
Twist villains have officially overstayed their welcome. Yeah, but we haven't really seen a twist villain from Disney since Zootopia, I think. And no, I'm not counting Pixar. Like, I'm counting, like, Disney animation. The last one was Bellwether, wasn't it? Because, like, there wasn't one in Moana. There wasn't a villain in Encanto. Like there wasn't a villain in Strange World. There wasn't, like, this guy is not a twist villain. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bellwether was the last one. But yeah, no, after Bellwether, twist villains have definitely overstayed their welcome. And I'm glad Disney has, you know, gotten away from that trend. But now, it's just that the quality of their movies nowadays is just missing, like, I don't know, it just feels like it's missing something. that I just can't quite put my finger on.
I don't think I need to go into that much detail. This is kind of the most talked about bad Disney villain, and you've probably seen a million video essays breaking down why. To summarize, Disney clearly saw that we were craving an honest-to-God, pure evil, hateable villain without really understanding why their previous pure evil villains worked. Why does Magnifico have a tragic backstory that never gets expanded on? Seriously, it only serves to muddle the fun we're supposed to experience from seeing him go so gleefully evil. Speaking of which, he has maybe the lamest heel face turn out of any Disney villain. Oh no, he opened the magic book and the green magic was evil and it turned him crazy. Did they ever explain where he got the magic book? I don't think they did, but honestly, that's the least of this character's problems. Now that the green magic has possessed him and he starts making references to better Disney villains, his loving wife realizes that he's fully irredeemable and deserves to get trapped in a mirror in a dungeon for all eternity. Huh? I thought it was the book! Find a way to undo the book spell! Oh, I guess you can't do that. Okay.
No, James, you don't get it. She had to throw him in the dungeon because, you see, she's seen too many bad things.
Oh, jeez.
That she can't keep out.
Hey, you want to see him do some cool sorcery now that he's a super epic green sorcerer?
Just in general, I am tired of them. Lol, I'm glad they got away from it too. Yeah. But like,
he's not gonna transform or do any crazy spells, dumbass.
yeah, like the problem now with modern Disney.
Wow, don't you?
Yeah, the problem is that modern Disney, like they just don't put in the love and effort they used to with their previous movies, especially when it comes to the villains. Like, this is the first, like, traditionally evil villain from Disney since, I'm pretty sure, since whatever came out before Wreck-It Ralph. Like, when they started doing twist villains with King Candy. I can't remember what that was. But, like, it's been over a decade. Give us, like, an actually evil, like, villain again that's actually good.
You feel so much danger emanating from him. So, like, what was his plan here? Was he just gonna keep them chained to the ground forever? He eats all the wishes. Then now what? What's the end goal? Oh good, we can stop him by wishing for it. We're singing our heart song and that makes him die. We did it. That wasn't lame at all. Oh, good news, he has a villain song. You guys like villain songs, right? Well, here it is.
And this is the thanks act.
Yeah, this villain song sucks ass.
Yeah, like I said, there's really nothing new to say about this guy. I didn't really think he deserved last place, because at least there is stuff to talk about with him. Like, say what you will about him, he's definitely not forgettable. Honestly, he might just be the best character in the movie, which is really, really sad. But yeah, I would never say Shark Tale is the worst DreamWorks movie, because there's this undeniable, so bad it's good charm to it. So congratulations to King Magnifico. Truly the Shark Tale of Disney villains.
Mine. Success will be mine.
Oh God, Ratcliffe.
Why did you say it like that? As someone who really can't stand Pocahontas and considers it to be by far one of the worst Disney movies, yeah, I don't think it'll come as much of a surprise,
yeah.
But I don't like its villain very much. Ratcliffe is just kind of a complete joke. And like, I don't know, don't you think the vicious Native American hating leader of a group of European colonizers should be a little nefarious? I mean, he's the embodiment of some pretty heinous real-world evil. And yet the movie constantly undermines him at every turn. Right from the start, they joke about how unpopular he is, and what a pathetic social climber everyone sees him as. His villain song is aggressively comedic for some reason, which I can't fathom in the slightest. Nothing about him.
Yeah, this entire movie was just an absolute joke.
Even at the end, when he expresses
like, especially Ratcliffe.
Savages. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of the terrible lyrics of the song don't help, but also, look at him, man. Look at his dumbass face while he's singing this. I don't know why they gave the most evil character in the movie one of the most cartoonish designs. I mean, yeah, let's be fair. A lot of evil people in the real world are also cartoonish and hard to take seriously. But I don't think that's how I feel about
Fuck
the
you,
story
Elon
and
Musk.
tone of this movie.
Damn.
I think Radcliffe is an absolute embarrassment. The kind of villain you just look at and think, what are we doing here? I mean, he doesn't even meet Pocahontas during the movie. The main villain never meets the main protagonist until the second fucking movie. Truly terrible. Nobody's favorite Disney villain. Get him out of my sight.
Fine.
Yep.
I'll do it myself.
Well, gee, when I made most of this video's script, I didn't think I'd have to make an additional segment for Thanos from Avengers 2012.
Who?
Yes, spoilers for Moana 2 if you give a shit, which honestly you really shouldn't. Turns out the main
Yeah, I
villain
don't
is
give a
some
shit.
asshole who only shows up in the mid-credit scene. Somehow they managed to have him serve as the main villain while also teasing his actual character for a future installment. What a great quote-unquote movie. Yeah, so obviously this is insane and he has to rank low as a result, but I wouldn't call him the absolute worst, because at least they established him as a legitimate threat through this vicious storm he whips up. Like, the final act really ups the ante compared to anything these characters had to endure in the first movie. Maui is stripped of his demigod powers. Moana actually dies in the process of raising the island and breaking the curse. They both get better, obviously, because this is a movie for babies. But you know what? I will give Nalo, sorry, I had to look his name up, credit for accomplishing a few actually intimidating things, despite not even showing up in person. Basically, what I'm trying to say is he could have been worse. And even though the threat of him is pretty...
Yeah, I never plan on watching Moana 2, so I don't really care about these spoilers. I've heard this movie feels like a direct-to-DVD sequel anyways.
He sends Tamatoa to do his bidding, and then Tamatoa can be the main villain of a movie for once. Or maybe he could just send the Bat Lady, who should have been the main villain of this movie. I am so tired.
Dinosaurs will turn to dust.
Honestly, the most interesting thing about Kron is that he has the same voice actor as Sebastian. That's cool, I never knew that. Yeah, Kron sucks. I mean, he's okay. He serves as a fine obstacle to the protagonist through his dickish and cold demeanor regarding the lives of the slower members of his herd. He functions, but he's not fun. Aside from the solid voice acting, nothing about this character is memorable or enjoyable. He's extremely one-dimensional and also kind of an idiot. Like, there's no reason not to believe Alador at the end that there's a better way to get to the Oasis, other than just, you're a stubborn dickhead. I don't know, man. He's a nothing villain. Not offensively bad or anything.
This movie in general was just so boring.
But man, am I never gonna think about him again after this.
And what my dad thinks I'm a joke too.
It's hard to think of a more hateable Disney villain than Buck Cluck.
Yeah!
As the pathetic social climber who dismisses and neglects his own son's well-being and feelings in order to suck up to an unreasonably vicious town of jackasses, he certainly stacks up as one of the most despicable antagonists to ever come out of the studio. I mean, really. The aliens turn out to not be malicious at all, since it's a misunderstanding. And Foxy Loxy is kind of a bully, but also really no different from the rest of the town, and only existing in like 5 minutes of the movie. Chicken Little pulls all of its antagonistic eggs, get it? Because chicken, fuck you, into Buck Cluck. But he's not like a fun villain. I don't get any enjoyment out of his borderline emotional abuse, nor Chicken Little's deeply upsetting desire to constantly live up to his
You know, now that he's
it is very satisfying when Chicken Little...
Now that he's talking about this stuff, I can actually kind of see why Buck is the villain of Chicken Little. Now that he's like actually mentioning this stuff. But like also, who gives a shit? Because it's Chicken Little.
calls him out on this in the climax. And I suppose it is nice to get a villainous redemption, but it doesn't feel especially earned. Overall, despite being a villain with a very callous and narcissistic demeanor, who does accomplish a lot in terms of driving the film's conflict, he's just not a cool or interesting villain to watch, unfortunately. Certainly a more effective central antagonist than the likes of Magnifico or Radcliffe, but I think this is about as high as I can put him. Dude, it's gonna be so funny seeing people in the comments actually take this part seriously. Yeah, I don't really think he's a Disney villain. I just thought this would be funny.
Because he's just marrying you so he can be king.
I don't look like Hans, okay? Yeah, just like the other two twist villains I've talked about to death in the past. On you, little man. I don't want to waste much time.
Wow, he actually thinks Hans is worse than Callahan. That's actually insane. I did not think this would happen. Because, like, I definitely infinitely find Callahan to be worse, but I don't know. I'm not going to get mad over James's opinion because, like, getting mad over, like, other people's opinions on stuff is such an idiotic thing to do. It's so stupid.
I will give him some props in the sense that if only there was someone out there who loved you does go pretty hard. And then that's kind of it. The reveal worked for the time because it wasn't super obvious, but then you start to think about it and realize this wasn't built up at all and he only gets to be evil in the last 15 minutes of the movie, which is insane. And how does nobody confirm what he's saying is true about Anna dying? You'd think one person like the paranoid Duke of Weaseltown asking to see the body would completely foil his entire plan.
That's suspicious.
Also, Elsa would have made a much more interesting main antagonist who could then become redeemable like John Silver or something. And no, genuinely, I think I've wasted enough time talking about Hans. He's a mess. He's not fun. Go watch my old ass video to learn more about why I don't like him. I'm glad Disney finally stopped doing these because, yeah, they suck. The Horned King is all style, no substance whatsoever. He's one of the coolest villains conceptually, who has the coolest design and coolest voice. And yet he still sucks complete ass, just like the fucking movie he came from. I hate the Black Cauldron. This guy accomplishes nothing. The main protagonist gets
this movie sucks. I don't like the Black Cauldron.
Then he just sits back and dicks around for the rest of the movie until his subordinates get the titular cauldron for him. He summons the Army of the Dead, which is a cool ass sequence, but then he leaves the heroes chained in a room with the cauldron unattended, and the shitty comic relief sacrifices himself and breaks the cauldron, so the Army of the Dead don't get to do anything, and then the Horned King comes back in the room and the cauldron is sucking stuff up, and the main character kicks him and he stands too close to the cauldron as a result and he gets sucked up by it. That's how the main villain is defeated. He's so pathetic.
Why is that a picture?
Like, oh, this is where we're gonna put a really cool skeletal necromancer villain. But we haven't written an actual character yet, so here's a cardboard cutout that can mimic the aesthetics of that sort of villain. We'll get back to him. We'll write an actual character before the movie gets finished. Just trust me, guys. We'll get to it. Apparently, the Black Cauldron got really screwed up during production. Like, there's a sizable chunk of the movie missing from the final cut, thanks to who else? Jeffrey fucking Katzenberg. I don't know much about these deleted scenes, but
Jeffrey Asshole Berg, as I like to call him.
A functional villain. As is, I could say I like him better than the villains beneath him in the ranking, just because of his aesthetics and voice. Like, it's nice that a design this raw exists in a Disney movie, but oh my god.
Yeah, like, that's just so disappointing. His design is so good,
the fifth worst thing
yet
about this movie.
it's such wasted potential.
Everything I told you the other night was a lie. Don't you trust me?
As much as I hate to waste another thought on Raya and the Last Dragon, the Twitter poll and the comments pretty overwhelmingly insisted that Namari was the main villain of the movie. Look, as much as I hate her character and the way they quote-unquote redeemed her, I will say she does serve as a functional antagonist for the majority of the movie. It's pretty cool when she and Raya get into sword fights. She has an attitude, oh boy.
Yeah, that's the only cool thing are the sword fights that she has with Raya.
Serviceable enough.
That's it.
And most of my problems with her come from the second half's insistence that she's not the villain. I'm not repeating myself about this movie. Just watch my Raya versus Encanto video for more details. Yeah, pretty whatever villain. At least she feels kinda threatening, I guess. Okay, for real, I don't think I have to talk about this movie again after this.
Where's that damn?
Okay, so I guess for the purposes of this list, we have to count Elsa's long-dead grandfather from Frozen 2, since he started the conflict of the movie all those years ago, despite not actually appearing in the present, only in snow flashbacks. Okay. Look, it's hard to say much, because he's not, you know, a character, but based on what they do show of him,
yeah, this is kind of hard to tell.
How he fears magic and thinks people using it are trying to circumvent the will of a king. Like, that's a good basis for a villain. That's also all they show of him, so I don't know what else I can say. His plan to build a dam as an offering to the Northuldra, despite it really being used to weaken them, is kinda clever. And I do like how Frozen 2 has a solid theme of understanding and trying to make up for the sins of the father. Even if the movie is very messy in terms of developing that theme and balancing it with all the other shit going on. Yeah, I think that's about it. Good idea for a villain, but
yeah, that all sounds about right.
Really many chances for us to see him in
like great ideas, terrible execution.
Lines, I guess, but not by much.
Bet you didn't expect him to be the bad guy. He went in there to save you. That was his mistake.
Yep. I was just gonna let that clip speak for itself. I don't think there's
Wow.
any more to add. But the more I thought about Callahan,
I'm actually surprised he's this high. Like, I absolutely despise him as a villain. Like, I guess I'm gonna find out why he's this high, but I don't know. I don't really agree with this.
the more I realized he's by far the best of the big three twist villains because he's the only one that could have worked. Like, with some tweaks, he could have actually been good. I think it's a great idea to have the hero and the villain's methods of
Okay, I see where he's coming from.
with each other. With Hero having a great support system to deal with the loss of Tadachi, and thus coping with it much better, while Callahan, who doesn't have anyone, gets consumed by his thoughts of revenge. I really like the whole "was my daughter"
That was his mistake.
because his anger
Yeah.
there is completely justified. A big tech CEO like
I mean, I get where Schaefer is coming from. Callahan definitely could have worked, but
and Callahan's
again,
anger
it's
is
just
completely
terrible
bad. He
execution.
had the potential to be one of the most sympathetic and understanding.
Like, he had huge potential, but they just ruined it.
All falls apart because of that one fucking line. Say it with me now.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
That was his steak!
I don't know what possessed him to not write this guy as a real person. One who feels remorse for the needless death of Tadachi, because he's not an evil guy at heart. Just a misguided man consumed by a desire for revenge because of the loss of his daughter. But instead, it just feels like he is fucking evil. Who cares about my dead protege? It was his fault for going into a burning building to save people. Dumbass. It just drives me insane. He could have been good.
Yeah.
Could have been great even. But instead, he's just an embarrassment. There are other things too that I've brought up in the past. Like his plan to suck Kray's entire business up in the portal is kind of stupid. And the twist with him is so blatantly obvious despite the movie smugly insisting that it isn't. But I could have dealt with all of that if he just felt real. A real person struggling with grief. The pieces were all right there and Disney blew it. What can I say? That was their mistake.
What is a man?
Man from Bambi is not a Disney villain. No. Man is not a Disney villain. I am so sick of all these people that think he's a villain. No, he's not. He is an antagonistic force who is not even close to being a villain. I see these people saying,
Never heard Schaefer in this tone of voice. Good lord. You must have really fucked up now if you got Schaefer of all people sounding like this. Good lord.
man represents the cruelty and uncaring nature of humanity through his indifference to the natural world. That's nothing! Other Disney villains will wipe out entire civilizations in the pursuit of capitalistic endeavors while also being an actual fucking character in the narrative. I'm not gonna give brownie points to a fucking non-entity within the story just because it committed such a heinous action from Bambi's perspective. That's great and all, but we don't know him. I guess in my Pixar villain ranking, I should have included the Barracuda that killed Marlin's wife and children in Finding Nemo. Oh man, what an evil and nefarious great villain. Hell, he accomplishes more than most of the other Pixar villains. I don't see Lotso, Randall, or Stinky Pete killing anyone and eating their babies. I guess the Barracuda is one of the best Pixar villains of all time. That's what you people fucking sound like. Are you out of your goddamn minds? Man is a suitable,
Jesus Christ.
force.
Never heard him this mad.
Drama within the narrative. He functions exactly how he should within the movie, and I didn't need or want him to be an actual character. I just cannot stand the people who say he's one of the greatest Disney villains because, quite frankly, he shouldn't even count for this list. I think at the very least, a Disney villain should have a name and a face. That should be the qualifications. I'll put him this high up as a gesture of goodwill to the fact that he serves his antagonistic purpose perfectly.
Jesus Christ.
I do have significant problems.
Oh my god. What a fucking visual that was. Holy shit.
Put him this high up as a gesture of goodwill to the fact that he serves his antagonistic purpose perfectly and thus deserves to rank above the characters.
Oh my god.
As villains.
What a fucking visual, dude.
and he genuinely does not belong in the same category as the rest of them. If you call him one of the greatest villains in cinema one more time, I will lose my fucking marbles. Oh my god. Lilo and Stitch is one of the best Disney movies of all time for so many
Absolute
reasons.
facts right here.
Rontu is not one of them.
Absolute
Yeah, it's definitely
facts.
the weakest part of the movie. I mean, the focus isn't really on the whole Galactic Federation trying to capture Stitch stuff, so he serves his purpose of just being an obstacle in the climax, and it doesn't really matter too much that he doesn't show up before then. But like, I don't know, I just wish he was either more menacing or more funny. If I remember correctly, they leaned more into the funny with the sequels and kind of played up his general incompetence.
Yeah.
But here, it's not to the point of hilarity. It's more to the point of asking, why is his cage for Stitch on the outside of the ship, and how did he not have any sensors indicating that Stitch escaped immediately? I don't know, man. He serves his purpose and he has a cool design and voice, but in the context of this original film, he's really not that special. I said in my Disney movie ranking that Madame Medusa from The Rescuers is just kind of the Walmart-ass version of Cruella de Vil or Madame Mim, and yeah, I literally have nothing else to
pretty
say about her
much.
besides that. I guess her design is pretty
You don't
good.
really have
Besides
much else to
also
say
the
about
CGI
Medusa,
character
because
is
like,
funny. But oh my
again,
God,
she's
I
literally
love
just
her
the Walmart
scenes.
discount
She just
of
feels
Cruella
like
de
her
Vil
own
and Madame Mim.
emotions when writing her.
Pretty
Her
much.
plan isn't particularly nefarious.
That's
or
pretty much how I
like,
just
oh,
described
she
Madame
wants a
Medusa
diamond.
in a
Wow,
nutshell.
That's crazy. And I guess she's gonna use this little girl to retrieve it inside of this small blowhole that leads into a blocked off pirate's cave where the devil's eye is located. I just read that off of Wikipedia because I couldn't be bothered to keep rewatching her scenes in this movie. If anything, I like her crocodiles better than her. It's funny that their names are Nero and Brutus, and they have some pretty decent scenes. And to give her some credit, sometimes it's funny how she always just has a big gun. There are good comedic moments where she accidentally shoots stuff. I don't know, that's all I got.
You're a poacher!
Yes, I'm a poacher.
I guess Rescuers villain number 2 was a little bit better than Rescuers villain number 1. What was his name again? Percival C. McLeach. Yeah, I don't know. He's just kind of an evil poacher, and that's about it. He's okay.
I definitely like him more than Medusa.
Well, I think he had one funny line.
I didn't make it all the way through 3rd grade for nothing.
Dude, I don't know. He's...
Oh, jeez.
I got nothing else. He's not bad, but he's about as standard as you can possibly get as a Disney villain. Pretty whatever. Let's move on to the ones I have stuff to actually say about.
You received the manhood of a tiger.
Anyone else really wish King
Oh,
Louie
Shere
was the
Khan.
main villain of the Jungle Book? Like, not only does he have the best song in the movie, but he's just so fun and would make for a great, intimidating antagonist with his massive army of monkeys and desire to avoid.
Yeah, this song
But,
is
you know, I guess
that song
King
is
Louie
amazing.
works too. Shere Khan is fine enough. They build him up pretty well, and then when you finally meet him, it's surprising how dignified and refined he acts. It's a nice contrast to the whole murderous tiger who wants to eat this child thing. But yeah, I don't know. He doesn't really accomplish that much. Baloo hinders his mobility
Yeah.
pretty easily by just grabbing his tail. And then when he actually does have a chance to maul Baloo to death, he can't even do that. Then they tie a flaming branch to his tail and he gets scared and runs away. What a pussy. Cat. Yeah, if you're only gonna be in 10 minutes.
But like, he literally is
you really
one.
gotta leave an impression. As good as this guy
Like,
is
he
designed
literally
so
is
far,
one.
He's a little bit pathetic. I forget if he was better in the sequel or not, but that doesn't matter. I'm on Team King Louie in terms of the best Jungle Book villain. Hell, even Kaa would have made for a better villain on his own. Society has moved past the need for Shere Khan.
A giant woman!
Oh, right, Moana. I was born for this moment. Time to talk about... Oh yeah, the main villain of this movie is the lava monster.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The main villain isn't Tamatoa.
You know, curse my own arbitrary rules. I give myself only one villain per movie. I mean, I know why I did it, otherwise we would be here for 15 hours. But no! I banned myself from talking about Tamatoa! My beautiful Tamatoa! No! Okay, fine. What's the lava monster's deal? I mean, it's a little hard to compare her to the others since she mainly is a force of nature. After all, she's just a corrupted version of Tafiti who doesn't even talk. She serves her purpose in the narrative perfectly, and the twist with her is pretty neat. Plus, her design is rad, and so is the final battle against her. I don't know if there's anything else to say. She's the lava monster. Not even evil, just heartless. Wait a minute. Heartless? I swear to God, if they don't include a Moana world in Kingdom Hearts 4, that might be the biggest fumble of all time. It's all right there. Plus, that way we
Yeah,
can have a
honestly.
Tamatoa boss fight. I really want to talk about Tamatoa in this video. I mean, for God's sakes, it's not like I have an hour-and-a-half long video talking about it or anything. I don't know. I'll let you guys know where Tamatoa ranks. When we get to the spot I would actually put him at, just for funsies. All right.
Spoiler alert, he's probably gonna be at number 1. Because he's his favorite, because Tamatoa is James's favorite character ever.
I think it's about time we hear from our sponsor. And by hear from our sponsor, I obviously mean time for the next installment in the Shaferless Sandwich 6, baby! The ongoing New York Times bestseller. Sam laid down for
I'm not.
Oh, did you say ultra cool secret special ingredients? Why, hello, random old lady. Why, yes, I did say ultra cool secret.
What the fuck is going on here?
Yes, Apple. It's got. I was helping this lovely gentleman make a website so he can spread his.
Yeah, no, we're just skipping the ad.
Entire blog. So you can easily use a popular app for 1% off the Apple purchase of a website or domain.
Right.
Okay, that was nice, dearie. Just take the apple already. Thanks. Well, that was fun. See you guys for the next installment. It's a top secret video that I'm keeping the subject of under wraps. And thus, you'll just have to watch it to find out what the next sandwich ingredient is. Also, I haven't written what it is yet, so I'm not sure. But that's beside the point. I'm building suspense and mystery, damn it. The Shaferless Sandwich 6. Yippee! Back to the ranking now.
Now there's someone who could have used a good mother.
Okay, so like, I know I'm only supposed to talk about the villains here and not the movies they came from as much, but oh my god, I forgot how awful Cinderella's pacing is. We waste so much time dicking around with the mice that outside of her silent appearance in the prologue, Lady Tremaine doesn't properly show up in the film until the 22-minute mark. Ridiculous movie. Oh yeah, she's fine, by the way. Much like the movie itself, I'm not a huge fan of her, but she definitely does what she's supposed to. You hate her for making Cinderella's life miserable for no real reason. And that dress scene...
Yeah, she is pretty despicable for that, but like...
It's not all that interesting in antagonist.
Yeah, no, aside from that one moment, there's just nothing about Tremaine that, like, is actually good.
If I consider the events of the direct-to-DVD sequels. Because she's way more sinister and cool in Cinderella 3, when she gets the fairy godmother's wand. I know. I should just accept that the relatively grounded Cinderella 1 has a relatively grounded villain. But there are plenty of other villains who don't have any magic powers or abilities who manage to be way more memorable and delightfully evil. I just don't think Lady Tremaine does it for me, unfortunately. Not bad, fine for what she is, but she's not ranking any higher. Are you kidding?
Stupid monkey.
Clayton is kinda like if Man from Bambi was an actual character. He's okay. I don't really think he's anyone's favorite part of Tarzan.
Yeah, Clayton's just whatever. Even in as good as a movie as Tarzan.
Leaves that much of an impression. It's like the only thing that really makes him intimidating is that he wields a gun. But take away that neutral special and there's not that much to him. He wants to catch gorillas to get money and he's not particularly funny or menacing until the final act. He does make for a decently intimidating presence there, even managing to kill Kirk.
Yeah, I have to peace out for the night because I gotta get some sleep. I'm getting a tattoo tomorrow, so I need some rest. Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, no, have a good night, King. Thanks for joining me on stream. I hope you get a nice tattoo tomorrow.
Even in a life or death scenario.
Yeah, thanks for joining. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely be checking out the rest of the VOD to see the rest of your reaction to this. I can't wait for you to see it.
Acting like a little bitch. Clayton's design isn't half bad either, but mainly, he gets a ton of points for having one of the sickest death scenes out of any Disney villain. Like, can you imagine them?
Oh yeah, Clayton's death scene is just absolutely raw. I genuinely cannot.
Who works well enough for his movie.
Thanks again for reacting to my video earlier. It means a whole lot to me. Night, bro. Good night, bro.
Sorry, buddy, you're not ranking any higher, but if you want, you can still.
Can't wait to talk to you again next Thursday for the Game Awards.
Give it to Mr. Sykes.
Sykes is pretty boring from a motivation and relation to the protagonist standpoint, and he doesn't really show up in Oliver and Company enough to make a huge impression.
Man, there's not even that many great Disney villains. We're already over halfway through, and he just has yet to get to the good villains.
I love the way he gets the garbage.
Yeah, no, Sykes from Oliver and Company is, again, just like whatever. There's nothing really special to him. He just serves his purpose.
And I love what a lunatic he becomes in the climax. What with him driving his car down a subway system. That's probably a bad idea because there are trains down there and he might, yeah, that's exactly what I expected to happen. Undoubtedly more of a villain than an actually effective villain story-wise, but the vibes are solid enough to make him, I don't know, ever so slightly above average. I mean, hey, for a character in fucking Oliver and Company, that's pretty impressive. I can put a spell on you when you're done for. Well, I mean, Madam Mim is the closest thing the Sword in the Stone has to a villain, even though she only shows up for 10 minutes at the very end. It's kind of like if Tamatoa had to carry the entirety of Moana on his back, villain-wise. Except she's not quite as base as Tamatoa, so she doesn't rank very high. I mean, she's really fun when she does appear, hating sunshine and everything positive and all that.
Yeah, like, despite her very little screen time, Madam Mim is just really fun.
I don't like the Sword in the Stone. Madam Mim is definitely an enjoyable presence when she's around.
She's just a fun character.
She's a great main villain to a story that actually focused on her, but it's a little hard to rank her any higher than this since she isn't really that integral to her movie. Fun character, but I needed more.
I've got it.
Pinocchio is a bit of a weird one because it doesn't really have a primary villain, more of a rotating ensemble of villains since it's a pretty episodic
Yeah.
film. You could make a case that the main villain is the Coachman, or the Whale, or Stromboli, but I don't know, the more I thought about it, I think it's probably Honest John and Gideon. They're the ones who really tempt Pinocchio and lead him astray. Plus, they do so twice instead of every other villain, who really only gets one sequence to themselves.
Interesting.
More evil since he runs a sick, disturbing, turning little boys into donkeys island. But I still think Honest John is the one I gotta rank for this list. Yeah, he's pretty good. Just a funny sly fox who has great rapport and slapstick with his silent sidekick Gideon. I like the part where he pretends to be a doctor and just spouts random gibberish to convince Pinocchio to go to Pleasure Island. I like the part where he says an actor's life is gay. Overall, he's a pretty good and enjoyable villain. Not in the movie too much, but neither is any other villain in this movie. Because you're gonna yodel, obey me. You know, maybe if Home on the Range was about the epic yodeling villain and not the Roseanne cow, it would have been good. I actually can't believe how much I genuinely enjoy Alameda Slim. Like, it's always nice when a pretty solid villain comes out of a bad movie. His evil plan is so bonkers, but so deliciously effective. He uses his magical yodeling abilities to hypnotize cows and steal them away from farms, which then
that's insane. That's actually crazy. Like, what the fuck? Why does he do that?
And his motivation to do all this is because he kept getting fired from a ton of farms because they didn't like his yodeling. I just that's so funny. I like
that's really funny.
His design is good. He has some funny lines.
I just can't. That's really funny.
Catchy and memorable. Like, you really gotta understand, this movie is complete dog shit, but he is just, I don't know, man. I like him. Even though taking him down is the main goal of the
this is like the only good thing about Home on the Range is Alameda Slim.
But for the parts he is in the movie, I had a ton of fun with him, if you can believe that. Also, according to the Disney Wiki and this one deleted scene, apparently his original scheme was to storm Washington, D.C. with an army of hypnotized cows in an attempt to become president. This man was going to commit January 6th with a bunch of cows. Are you kidding me? Apparently this plotline was cut for being too ridiculous. Like, oh, this guy yodeling in order to hypnotize cows was totally fine. But using said hypnotized cows to storm the Capitol and possibly make him president? No, that's where we draw the line. It really is a shame because this plot development would have made Home on the Range a lot more interesting and memorable. Like, it's almost going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu levels of insane. Not quite.
Dude, literally every video now, Shea Phyllis has to mention Freebirds.
You know, it's weird that Shan Yu was more progressive than the heroes when it came to women in the military. When Mulan reveals herself to him, he recognizes her as the soldier from the mountains and doesn't even bring up or show any surprise at the fact that she's a woman. We love a progressive, ruthless, evil warlord in this house. I was ready to rank him a little lower overall, but honestly, he's a great example of doing a lot with a little. He barely shows up in the movie, but every scene with him wastes no time in terms of demonstrating how pure evil he is through some clever and sinister lines.
How many men does it take to deliver a message?
One.
The little girl will be missing her doll. We should return it to her.
Oh, well, that's nice. Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The scene where they find the destroyed village is probably his best and most terrifying moment as a villain. And he's not even present for it. This is just the aftermath. but it's so damn dark and intense. You always take him seriously as a threat, even in his honestly pretty fitting, dry comedic moments.
Boo.
I don't know why that works, but it just does. I don't think I'm gonna rank him higher, because I generally do like when villains have relationships with the heroes, and this guy doesn't even formally meet Mulan until the very end. But to be fair, he's a different kind of villain. Less of a character to an extent, and more of a force of nature the heroes have to prevent from taking over China. But nonetheless still with a lot of memorable lines, a great design, and a consistently intimidating presence that absolutely services exactly what the film needs. Pretty good villain, all things considered.
For sure.
Queen of Hearts doesn't appear that much. Alice in Wonderland is one of those rotating casts.
Off with their heads!
Come in the final act,
I love the Queen of Hearts. Very little screen time, but she's just so bombastic.
The most absurdly rigged game of croquet I've ever seen in my life. And the kangaroo court she puts on in order to sentence Alice to death is ridiculously fun too. Man, it's just nice to get a villain in a Disney movie whose main characteristic is she loves chopping off people's heads. Why can't we have more of that kind of villain again?
Yeah.
There's really not too much to say.
I don't know why we don't get that more of... I don't know why we get more villains like that anymore. I don't know why we don't.
Any one of the zany characters we meet. And the Queen of Hearts makes an incredible impression despite her limited screen time. Funny, well animated, expressive, she's got it all.
Slade.
Amos Slade is a good villain who becomes a great one based on one non-villainous choice he makes at the end. One simple action that gives him so much more depth than he otherwise would have had. He's pretty simple for most of the movie, just an asshole hunter who constantly wants to kill poor Todd the fox, and who ends up breaking an unlikely friendship between Todd and Copper by training Copper to be a hunting dog. Yeah, he had no way of knowing these two were forming an interspecies friendship, but it's still heartbreaking to see his ruthless hunting characteristics manifest in Copper, thus forming a rift between the fox and the hound, parentheses 1981. It's also frankly insane just how intent he is on killing this one fox, instead of just letting it go and moving on. Seriously, why can't he just grow up and get over it?
Like, he tries so hard. He tries so hard to kill this one fox, and it's like... Dude, what kind of...
I gotta give him credit.
It's like...
This one display of basic humanity has really...
It's like, what did that fox ever do to you? What did Todd do to you?
It's a believable conclusion for him to come to. The idea that there's no need for further bloodshed, and that he was just being obsessive and ridiculous. I think the ending, where Big Mama's patching up his leg, is genuinely sweet.
Wait.
Where Big Mama's patching...
Editor's note, it's Widow Tweed who patched Amos's leg. Big Mama is an owl, so we apologize for the name mistake. Oh.
Patching up his leg is genuinely sweet, showing that they've put aside their differences after all this conflict. I don't know, man. I know it seems a little hard to justify.
Yeah, I think this guy is one of the more underappreciated Disney villains. Because, like, I love the idea around him, and it's executed well here.
He's just a really good character from a pretty good film in general. And speaking of
absolutely,
villains,
if you had to choose between Jim and all the money I have in my pocket,
I wasn't really sure whether to include John Silver at first, because he's a very different type of villain, the redeemable one, and not just at the very end either, like Amos Slade. The whole movie is about him displaying his surprising humanity and showing how his love for Jim is what's causing him to stray away from his nefarious, single-minded goal of getting the treasure. It's an amazing arc, and he's an amazing character, but I didn't want that to sway where he ended up on the list too much. I figured it would be better to mainly judge how he functions as a villain, and he's a pretty damn good one.
All the kickbots are getting to be really annoying.
Cyborg bits and bops. He can be pretty damn menacing in a ton of scenes, yet he never loses that
anyways,
charisma.
Yeah, I really love John Silver. I love his arc throughout Treasure Planet and how, and like how much he grows a softer side with Jim.
There's a lot of great little moments.
This is definitely my favorite part of the movie, is the relationship between Jim and Silver.
Also withhold the map. And you can see in his face just how proud he is of Jim for thinking so cleverly, before he turns it off and goes back into villain mode. There's such a great balance to his character, which is precisely what makes the moment where he saves Jim so
I don't know, I feel like Silver should be higher, but I'm fine with his placement here, honestly.
So, you know. Welcome to hell! I love Dr. Facilier. We all do. but it's okay to admit that he's a style over substance villain, right? I mean, the guy doesn't really do anything after turning Naveen into a frog. Like, he didn't even turn Tiana into a frog. That was just an accident. He's kind of absent throughout the entire middle chunk of the story, only appearing in 1 or 2 scenes.
I can see that.
To the protagonists and what they're doing. He just sends his shadow henchmen out and sits at home dicking around with Lawrence while they do his bidding so he can make his needlessly complicated plan work. I don't know, when your most evil action is stepping on a bug.
Yeah, I can definitely see Facilier being more of a style over substance villain.
He's so cool anyway, it doesn't even really
Yeah, no, he's just so...
feels like a top tier villain when you're watching him actually in action. From
yeah.
the killer iconic villain song, Friends on the Other Side, to the sick as hell way he's animated, to the impeccably sinister and suave vocal delivery of Keith David. Dude, Keith David's voice makes me perk up anytime I
Dude, his voice was so good here.
Holy shit,
like,
you're in this? Alright, I'm sold. Facilier brings
like, yeah, his voice was just absolutely fantastic in this movie.
Damn cool.
I love Keith David.
I wish he had a more active role in the story. Though, to be fair, I kind of wish the story of this movie in general was completely different, because I think it takes a bit of a nosedive after Tiana becomes a frog. But regardless, there are still flashes of brilliance.
Takes a massive nosedive, and it did not work out for the best.
I think you can best see that in his scene with Tiana towards the end, tempting her with the dream of her restaurant fulfilled, even going so far as to say she's almost there. That is so sick, using the I Want song to manipulate her. Oh my god, it's even cooler than when Slade did it in Teen Titans Go to the Movies. You know, in the final battle when he says to Robin, "It would be so awesome. It would be so cool." Okay, actually, never mind. That's cooler than Facilier doing it. Sorry, I don't make the rules. This scene really makes me long for more interactions between
would be so
Facilier
awesome.
and Tiana throughout the rest of the movie.
It would be so cool.
It deflates a little bit of the weight of this interaction as a result. Like, how does he know all this information about her and her desires? I guess the spooky friends on the other side told him or whatever. Oh well, it's a fantastic scene. One where you almost buy into the snake oil he's selling because of how damn charismatic he is. Fuck, he's so good. His death scene is really sick as well. Just overall a fantastic character who I really wish served as a better villain in his movie. I think he's one of the most fumbled and underused Disney villains without a doubt. I can't feasibly rank him higher, but also
yeah, I just wish he did more in the narrative than what he did.
And she's fine. She's prettier than you.
The Evil Queen is a great example of how you can do a lot with a little.
Bro, that coming from the Ace Attorney anime outtakes.
She just wants to be fairest in the land. But the idea that there's one girl prettier than her makes her go completely batshit crazy. It's a basic motivation for a simplistic character. But by God, that's all you need. She's the perfect mixture of extremely petty and genuinely sinister. I love how right at the start, the magic mirror says, "Alas, she is more fair than thee." And the queen's response is, "Alas for her." Honestly,
damn, that was slaying, bro. Holy shit, I forgot about that.
Delightfully extra, as is her sick as hell cape. But the main appeal of this villain is just how elaborate the lengths she'll go to are to solve a complete non-issue. This is vanity and self-absorption at its most.
Dude, she goes so far with it too. It is absolutely crazy.
Girl in the land. So she'll make a potion to turn herself super ugly.
Like the amount that she does just for one non-issue is just. It's just what?
But like, couldn't you trick Snow White into drinking the
like
and
for real?
Herself? I don't know, maybe there was some lore I missed that would have prevented that from working. But to me, it's a great expression of how narrow-minded her focus is. For some villains, that could be seen as a negative, but for her, it's a boon. Snow White is a simple movie, and the titular character is basically a manifestation of all the goodness and purity there is in the world. So likewise, the villain should be made to represent absolute, irredeemable, pure evil and vanity, which is what the Evil Queen delivers in spades. She just revels in her evilness, especially post-disguise. When she encounters a skeleton in her torture dungeon, reaching for a pitcher of water, this is her response. Like, I hate to say it, but they just don't make them like that anymore. Evil.
They really don't.
Just an absolute delight and easily the highlight of this.
I wish they made more villains like that.
Oh man, I forgot how good Robin Hood is. And one of its best attributes
is
the villain. The rascally, phony King of England, Prince John. Why did he have to be named John when we already have Little John? Are there any other fucking names in medieval times? Prince John is undoubtedly one of the funniest Disney villains. So many of the exchanges between him and his no-gay partner crack me up. I also just love the face he makes when he starts crying about his mommy and sucking his thumb. I don't know, man. That just
that's hilarious. No, that's really funny. Prince John is one of the funniest Disney villains.
But he manages to be a grave and imposing.
Like, there's just so much ridiculous antics with him and his pet, not his pet, his partner Snake, and it's just so funny.
Stupid, he's the king, and he can just tax the hell out of everyone, sending whoever doesn't comply to jail, and even threatening to have characters killed on multiple occasions. He's rotten to the core, and a legitimate threat that Robin Hood needs to contend with. And yet, he's also a hilarious, pathetic drama queen you just never get tired of seeing. He's great. One of the most underrated Disney villains for sure.
We usually prefer the ones who've been locked away in a tower.
Mother Gothel is just a grade A manipulative bitch. Constantly gaslighting Rapunzel about everything, insulting her to her face, and then immediately saying, "Oh, it's just a joke. Don't take it too serious." Ooh, I hate her. She really is maddeningly despicable. And she knows exactly how to get Rapunzel to do what she wants. She could have had the Stabbington brothers just kill Eugene while they're sleeping, then knock them out and convince Rapunzel to come home, exactly how she does later on. But no, man. The puppeteer has a way bigger plan than that.
Yeah.
Sure, the stage is set
I definitely agree. Mother Gothel should be this high.
And betrayed Rapunzel. Then she disposes of the brothers she manipulated.
She just has just this intimidating presence about her. She's just so despicable, especially towards Rapunzel, and it's just like, oh, I want to punch her.
What happens if Rapunzel gets older than her? What is she even doing with all this eternal youth? I don't know, man. I guess that's not really important. She also could have just lied about Rapunzel's birthday, and then she wouldn't think the lights were meant for her. But oh well, that's not important either. A few other things to hold her back is, yeah, I've never been a big fan of the villain song. It might be the lamest Disney villain song. Well, no, never mind. I know the first version is supposed to sound cheerful and pleasant, despite the twisted lyrics, but the reprise that's meant to sound super evil still isn't catchy or memorable to me. It's just not a favorite. And in general, she does kind of overlap with a certain other Disney villain who gaslights the protagonist into staying locked away. And if you know which villain I'm talking about, then you probably know it's not a favorable comparison between the two. But I don't.
Yeah, he's definitely talking about Maleficent there.
I wouldn't personally put her up there as one of my all-time favorites, but she still serves her story incredibly well.
I only wish to have a coat made out of
Oh, we got Cruella now, finally. Cruella de Vil.
You know you're a great villain
if she doesn't scare you, no evil thing will. Dude, I love...
Roger didn't even know she wanted to...
Dude, I love Cruella de Vil's theme song. Like, it's so jazzy. So jazzy, so sinister, so slimy. It's just so despicable, and I absolutely love her theme song.
To murder the Dalmatians and make them into a fur.
Oh yeah, and also her plan to murder a bunch of puppies and make them into her next fur coat is just absolutely vile.
Wrote the song. He did it just because she's generally a bitch. Which, yeah, I love her attitude and how much better than everyone else she presents herself as. She's super funny and she has one of the most iconic designs out of any Disney villain. I mean, she is one of the most iconic Disney villains too. Like, not a single other one has 2 live-action adaptation sub-series about them. And it's easy to see why. How deranged do you have to be?
I mean, even though those two aren't really the greatest, I can definitely respect the opinion that Cruella de Vil is one of the most iconic Disney villains. Just because she has 2 live-action spin-offs like that. That's absolutely crazy. Not many characters even get not only 1, but 2 movies surrounding their character. It's just wow.
Casually talk about all the potential ways to murder puppies just for the sake of getting a fur coat out of them. They're puppies! Like, hello? Really, that's pretty much all Cruella boils down to as a villain. Her goal is killing puppies, and her motivation is coats. That's really all you need to be one of the most despicable, and yet one of the most entertaining Disney villains of all time. I probably have her ranked
That's all you need, really.
than some might expect, but I do think this is rather appropriate. She might be the most insane Disney villain, but others are funnier and others are more evil, if you can believe that. She also sends Jasper and Horace out to do a lot of her dirty work, which is great and all, because I love the banter she has with them. But maybe if she did some more things herself, she would leave an even stronger impression. Not to say she doesn't, though, because come on, everyone knows and loves to despise her.
Pull the lever, Kronk. That's the light switch!
Yzma is just an undeniable blast of a villain. A lot of her
Oh, I love Yzma so much. So, Emperor's New Groove is probably one of the Disney movies I've watched the most, thanks to my family, who also adores this movie. So I definitely have a lot I could say about Yzma. She's just such a blast on screen, especially her interactions with her henchman Kronk. Like, she's just so entertaining, but also her design just makes her look so slimy and so, can't think of the right word, but yeah, honestly, Yzma is just such a blast to watch. She's so entertaining, yet also very threatening and like murdering an emperor, which technically could be regicide. Like, she's literally trying to commit regicide and killing an emperor. That's one of the biggest crimes you could possibly do. So to see someone doing that in a comedy movie is absolutely nuts.
Who I'm obviously not going to be ranking here because he's not a bad guy. He just wanted to talk to squirrels and eat spinach puffs. Yzma is pure evil though. Cutthroat and maniacal through and through. We get a great sense of that even before she develops a gleeful murder plot to kill Kuzco and take over the Empire.
Yeah, not only being entertaining, but also just pure evil. Like James said, cutthroat and maniacal. Those are two excellent words to describe Yzma.
That opening scene with the peasants says it all.
Just don't starve idiots!
I also really like the exchange she has with Kronk about how Kuzco didn't turn out better considering she practically raised him. That really says a lot about her with just one joke. She's one of those evil and she loves it villains, with way too many darkly comedic moments and line deliveries to count. The animators really
definitely
did stellar work on her as well. I love the scene where she and Kronk are locked in the closet and you get such vivid expressions from just her eyes. Yeah.
Tell us where the talking llama is, and we'll burn your house to the ground. Don't you mean or? Tell us where the talking llama is, or we'll burn your house to the ground. Dude, you see how much I've watched this movie? I adore this movie so much, and Yzma is definitely a big reason as to why I love the movie so much.
Yeah, she is excellent. Definitely very well liked, but not necessarily talked about as one of the great Disney villains, tragically. Maybe that's because she does have to share the spotlight with Kronk, a somewhat more popular character. But it also might be because Emperor's New Groove is more comedic in general, and it's hard to take her seriously as a threat when the movie is just entirely a screwball comedy.
I can give that. That's fair.
Keeping her from ranking higher, but I don't think that should devalue just how incredible of a job the team did bringing this villain to life. The writing,
it definitely doesn't.
The kid's stellar vocal performance all come together to make an amazing, goofily sinister villain for the ages.
Okay, so James is about to talk about this, but even with this movie's hellscape of a production, Yzma still turned out so fantastically, and it's honestly insane to me that is, because looking at lost hand-drawn footage of Kingdom in the Sun, which is what this movie was originally supposed to be, was supposed to be a musical, and hearing Snuff Out the Light, like, oh my god, dude. Like, would I have preferred Kingdom of the Sun? Maybe. But I still cannot deny that The Emperor's New Groove plus Yzma is just still absolutely great. There is no denying that.
And have you heard her cut song Snuff Out the Light? It's so damn good. Yeah, it has absolutely no place in the finished movie since it's a holdover from when Yzma's motivation was entirely different. But I really like it, so there. Just thought I should bring up the fact that you could be listening to Peak right now.
We now return to Bad Boys 2, Return of Jafar.
Jafar is a weird one for me in the sense that I think he's just kind of fine for most of the movie. And then in the final act, when he actually gets the genie's power, he's suddenly kind of the best villain ever. As a result, it was a little hard to figure out where to rank him. I mean, he's never bad. I like his design and his weird upper lip, plus his banter with Iago is top notch. But yeah, he doesn't really accomplish too much for most of the movie. He loses the lamp to a monkey.
Yeah.
And figures out he's a fucking sorcerer pretty easily. And he's not exactly cool or charismatic enough to make up for the fact that he doesn't accomplish much like Facilier is. But everything changes from the moment he becomes the genie's new master. Turns out he was really holding out on us, cause his evilness is so uniquely gleeful and delicious from here on out. It was well worth the wait. Prince Ali Reprise is killer. That high note at the end is what really lets you know, oh, he's lost his fucking mind. In the final battle, the damn puns that precede every magic attack, oh my god. Simply incredible. And of course, you don't get much more demented than wanting the young princess to fall in love with you. Like, I thought he was just marrying her to be sultan. But no, this twisted bitch is actually into her. Oh my god, make it stop. For a villain who seems to be rather played out and standard for a majority of the film, he really explodes with all this pent-up villainy, making for one of the absolute best and most exciting third acts in Disney history. And on top of all that, I love how Aladdin...
Yeah, Aladdin to this day still has one of the greatest final acts in any Disney movie. I love how this movie plays out its finale.
Dead outwits him, but not in a way where like, oh, Jafar, you're such an idiot for not seeing that coming. Nah, I think it's reasonable for him to not immediately realize he'll be confined to a lamp, especially with how power mad he's gone. It makes a lot of sense, and it's a great way for such a street smart character to get a leg up on him. So I mean, yeah, I couldn't just deny Jafar a spot this high, considering all he accomplishes in such a short amount of time. I also really like the part where he needed glasses. That was kind of funny.
I win. I win.
Much like the movie it came from, Rourke has got to be one of the most underrated Disney villains. I mean, on the surface, he's nothing too crazy, just an asshole who wants to get rich. But like, they really went all out with making him feel as true to life as possible, having him call himself...
Yeah, it's like true. Rourke's motivation is to get rich, which is a pretty simple like motivation and generic one that we've seen many, many times before. But the way he goes about it and his line deliveries, they're just so uniquely evil for this kind of motivation. And it just works so well in the movie's favor.
Himself an adventure capitalist, hearing that taking the treasure of Atlantis away will cause the people to die out, and immediately thinking they should triple the asking price for it as a result, and later using social Darwinism to try and justify this. Yeah, that's not the sort of thing Disney would put in any of their movies nowadays. Rourke is just a
that's kind of fucked up.
that a lot of Disney villains could never really achieve. And it's especially heinous that he's just so casual about it the entire time. This is nothing more than business to him. Just a job he can get rich off of, without thinking about the fact that he's leaving an entire civilization to die. You can hear it in his voice. It's never overly sinister. He just sounds so normal the entire movie.
Maybe I'm not being clear. I'd suggest you put a bandage on that bleeding heart of yours. It doesn't suit a mercenary.
Because that's what he thinks getting rich off the deaths of these indigenous people is normal. Deeply, unsettlingly horrific. And he works as a twist villain because he's more than just a gotcha moment like Hans or Bellwether is. Hell, the movie isn't exactly trying to hide that he's the big bad. He and Helga have a conversation in the middle about the fact that there are people living here changing nothing. It's not a crazy unexpected reveal, but what is unexpected is the sheer callousness this guy displays. I can't stop thinking about his one line where he thinks he's gotten away with it.
I love it when I win.
That's like not an evil mastermind thing to say. If any other villain said that, it would be pretty lame. But I think its mundaneness suits this villain to a T. He's finished another job to get rich, and that's that. Everyone he just doomed to extinction is out of sight and out of mind now. Inconceivably evil by the standards of Disney villains. There are some that are more entertaining, who get to be evil throughout their movies more. But I can't deny this guy deserves to be in the conversation as one of the best ones.
I can't wait to kill this, baby.
Tragically, you guys, I do think Maleficent is a little overrated. in the sense that I just think she's an amazing villain and not the greatest villain in animation history. I mean, on some level, I kind of do get the hype.
Yeah.
Aside from Chernabog, who just appeared in a short snippet of a movie, she was kind of the first ever depiction of evil incarnate that Disney ever put in one of their movies. She lives up to the moniker of Mistress of All Evil and then some, sporting a killer design, chilling voice, and some awe-inspiring magical abilities. I love the fact that her entire motivation for cursing Aurora is just not getting invited to her party. Evil for the
Yeah, no, that is despicably evil.
She's not really in the movie too
Like,
much,
just-
but she has such a commanding presence.
That's
when she
absolutely
speaks,
crazy.
And the shadow of her curse looms over all of it. Everything also comes together so well in the climax, with her evoking all the powers of hell.
Yeah, and she's also just so deliciously evil too. Like all of this again, not being invited to a fucking birthday party. Like, god damn.
Yeah, sorry I didn't.
Just so deliciously evil.
And as much as she really set the standard for Disney villains going forward, I'd be lying if I said there wasn't better and more interesting ones in the future. It's hard to match her level of
Oh, there definitely is. But like,
ones I ranked higher
come on, Maleficent is still iconic for a reason.
being funnier, appearing throughout the movie more often, or being evil in more true to life
Just
ways. She's great.
Absolutely. Yeah. I still love Maleficent, but like, I definitely feel like she is definitely overrated a little bit.
At some point, you really gotta actually.
I could definitely agree with that take.
Everybody hates me! No, little dude!
For the purposes of this list, I wasn't sure if I should count Bowler Hat Guy, the main villain of Meet the Robinsons, as the main villain of Meet the Robinsons. Cause he's kind of being manipulated the whole time by the nefarious Doris, who is revealed to be the true mastermind in the final act. Doris narrowly won the Twitter poll, but a lot of people brought up that the two of them are kind of a package deal. It's like Oily TC said, look, just because Ganon shows up at the end of Twilight Princess and reveals he was the true secret evil baddie, doesn't mean Xant isn't the primary villain of that game. Yeah, it's only fair to count.
That's a really good way of putting that, actually.
They're both working towards the.
Cause like, much like Bowler Hat Guy and the Hat himself, both Ganon and Xant in Twilight Princess were working around the same goal. So, honestly, yeah, I can agree with that. And I definitely think Bowler Hat Guy and Doris are a package deal. Like, you can't have one without the other in Meet the Robinsons, and it would still be as effective. You just can't.
The same nefarious goal for the majority of the movie, regardless of Doris's aims being a little bigger. Unsurprisingly, they're an amazing duo. Bowler Hat Guy is easily one of the funniest villains, with a genuinely sad motivation about how he refuses to move on from the past. An incident he blamed Lewis for that he thought ruined his entire life, even though everyone had long forgotten about it. That "they all hated me" scene is so funny, but so sad, man. Seeing him encourage his past self to not let it go and move on is so funny, but so sad. It's upsetting to see him consumed by the pettiest of grudges, only for him to become a legitimate threat thanks to Doris's clever time-traveling ploy. And I especially love the contrast between Doris's ultra competence and Bowler Hat Guy's impressive capability to fuck even the simplest of tasks up. Honestly, even though Meet the Robinsons is far from a perfect movie, the more I think about it, the more I realize I kinda don't have any problems with Bowler Hat Guy as a villain. Like, I'm sorry if he's ranked too high for your liking, but really now, try and tell me that he isn't peak. The scene where—
No, I can definitely see Schaefer Ellis's, I can definitely see his perspective on this. While I personally would not put Bowler Hat Guy and Doris in the top 10, I definitely would put them in the upper half of the list because, like, they're still really effective in the Meet the Robinsons story, but just not quite there for me. And I wouldn't necessarily put them in the top 10. I don't know. It kind of feels a little. It would kind of feel a little disingenuous of myself putting them in the top 10, but I don't know.
he explains his backstory to Lewis is incredibly captivating. He serves as one of the best foils to a protagonist in any Disney movie, and I still can't get that scene where Lewis finds his notebook with nothing but a question mark in it out of my head. It's rare for a Disney movie to treat its villain this sympathetically without outright redeeming them. but I'm sure Louis righting the wrong of keeping Goop up at night will lead the boy to have a much better future. And I don't want to neglect Doris either. That bad future that she takes over freaked the hell out of me as a kid. It's clever, underhanded, and really strengthens the duo as a threat in general. I really didn't expect them to rank so high going into this, but I'm sorry, I just adore them. The standout characters of their movie by a long shot.
The Candyman.
Ever wonder what it would be like if the Mad Hatter was a fascist? Well, here you go. King Candy is often regarded as the last good Disney villain. I'm writing this before I've seen Moana 2, but I have a sneaking suspicion that will remain true for the foreseeable future. Maybe I'm wrong, I guess we'll all know when this video is out. But yeah, as much as he is definitely well regarded as a villain, I feel like we all kind of generally underestimate how good he is when stacked up against the other Disney villains. I mean, he's diabolical. Taking over an entire game, ripping away Vanellope's entire life and everyone else's memories, and setting up this candy-coated caste system where you can only join the game's playable roster for a day if you have a coin to enter the race with, thus disenfranchising the people who don't have coins and thus can't join the races. It's an insane system that everyone just goes along with because, you know, the king said so. The king who stole all of our memories and overthrew the natural order of this game because, well, his own game is gone. His petty jealousy and attempts to take over a different game that stole people's attention away saw to that. Yeah, the twist that he's the infamous Turbo is really well done. And like a lot of other people have said, the reason this works so well as a twist is because this isn't where we first get to see him being evil. He was already incredibly villainous as King Candy the whole time, with the Turbo reveal just being the cherry on top, enhancing the sheer insanity of this character's evil deeds.
For sure.
Before that, he's an amazing villain. He's kooky and funny and definitely entertaining to watch, for one. But these are all a part of his master manipulation tactics. Honestly, he's one of the best manipulators out of any of the Disney villains. And you can clearly see that when he convinces Ralph that Vanellope shouldn't race. This scene is so good because, damn it, you actually believe him. It sounds like a reasonable explanation, and you don't blame Ralph for falling for it. It's great too from an audience perspective because you genuinely start to wonder if maybe you judge this guy too harshly. Until you remember that one odd shot of the code room where Vanellope's bit of code lies ripped away. And it all starts to make sense. Ooh, what a great A, pure evil fiend. And he just gets more intimidating when the mask is finally ripped away in both the final race and the Cybug boss level. Hearing a guy who acted so gleeful and bubbly the whole movie say in that same intonation, "Let's watch her die together," just really works. I don't think he gets nearly enough credit for being an absolute top-tier Disney villain. Funny, slimy, and shockingly nefarious. I think he's more than earned a spot this high on the list.
Yeah, I definitely think King Candy is one of the most underrated Disney villains because, like, the role he takes just within Wreck-It Ralph's story, it just works so well. And not to mention just his personality, just being so cold and slimy, nefarious, and just being super threatening to not only Sugar Rush, but also the arcade, like all the arcade games as a whole. Oh man, you just gotta love what King Candy does in this movie. You just gotta love it.
Where the rats?
The fact that we live in a society where Ratigan is not constantly hyped up as one of the greatest Disney villains of all time deeply upsets me. Holy shit, I love everything about this guy. From the amazing animation we witness as his face contorts into increasingly insane expressions, to Vincent Price's deliciously devious delivery. The way this guy talks is just so good.
I love
Every
Ratigan.
single line of his oozes with charismatic malice, even the childish and petty ones. His utter contempt for Basil is truly a sight to behold. And as funny as it is when he overreacts to one of his henchmen calling him a rat, it's somehow even funnier when Basil does it and he just fucking stares at him with a grin frozen onto his face. Dude, that just took me out. So many things this villain does take me out. I mean, good lord, his evil plan is to force a guy to build a robot replica of the queen, who then appoints him to a position of power so he can tax the elderly, the infirm, and little children. Oh, but the people making Home on the Range thought it was too ridiculous to have a guy storm Washington, D.C. with a bunch bunch of cows in order to become
Yeah, poll of
president.
January
However,
6th.
Ratigan is just dripping with some of the most gleeful and whimsical evil ever concocted at Walt Disney Animation Studios. I was watching this movie and thinking his villain song is so fun. And then I noticed that one of the lyrics was his henchmen singing, "Worse than the widows and orphans you drowned." Excuse me? I'm sorry, do they just casually throw the fact that he's drowned widows and orphans into a lively and cheerful song celebrating how good he is at pulling heists? Are we just gonna gloss over that? I mean, that's Ratigan for you, I guess. Incredibly sinister and frightening, but damn, is he having such a good time being evil that you can't help but have a good time too. I said this in the movie ranking video, and I'll say it again. What other villain would create an elaborate Rube Goldberg machine in order to kill his arch rival that's set to go off only after a personalized diss track he wrote and recorded for him stops playing? That is next level pettiness and delicious evil. And just when you think you've seen it all with this guy, he just completely succumbs to his rage at his plan having been foiled and turns into this frightening, monstrous beast.
Yeah, no, this scared me as a kid
Every possible
when I watched The Great Mouse Detective.
Murderous lunatic and petty gay asshole. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but that's all I could ever want in a villain. Top-notch stuff. I really only wish he had more screen time, and that in general, a movie this good was longer. Watch The Great Mouse Detective already. I am no longer asking.
Okay, so who's left? So number 6, just from hearing that, is obviously Gaston. So like, who are we missing? Gaston, Ursula, Hades, Frollo, Scar, and there's one more we're missing. Oh man, I gotta remember. So again, Gaston, Ursula, Hades, Frollo, and Scar. We're missing one more. And I genuinely cannot remember who it is.
Promised myself Taco Bell.
Gosh, it disturbs me to see you, Gaston. That's the end of that sentence. You know Gaston is really great. Easily one of the funniest Disney villains. Hell, funniest Disney characters in general. But underneath all that charisma and humor that comes from his general stupidity, he kind of quietly and unexpectedly becomes rather sinister right under our noses. He starts out as just a goofy nuisance, pining for Belle and not getting anywhere in that regard. And there are a lot of great bits with him during the first
I mean, I don't know if we would really count Bruno from Encanto either. I don't think... Like, I wouldn't think he's the villain. So yeah, I'm totally stumped on who the last character... Oh. Wait, did I say... Wait. Gaston, Ursula, Hades, Frollo, and Scar. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I'm generally fumbled. I can't find out who the last villain is.
Really underrated one is the fact that he set up the entire wedding with Belle before he even proposed to her. A really delightful expression of his pure ego. This is another little thing, but I just love the hole in his sock exposing his big toe. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Beneath his handsome exterior, he really is just a huge brute. It's great how the first ever action he takes in the entire film is killing something. I like how he's integrated into the opening song very naturally. And oh my god, the song named after him is such a supreme banger. Too many good bits in this one to count. The 4 dozen eggs, the smacking the chess set away, the barge! He serves as just really strong comedic relief that's mostly disconnected from the main plotline, until he starts to intersect with it towards the very end. And it becomes evident that, oh, his behavior and general attitude towards Belle shouldn't be funny. It's actually kind of alarming. His charisma can be weaponized to lead an entire town into battle against this harmless beast. It's legitimately dangerous for someone like Gaston to have this level of influence over a group of people. And he's actually pretty damn sinister in the final battle as he taunts Beast and basically does murder him. Like, if it wasn't for the magic spell reversal coming with free healing,
yeah, he'd be dead.
Would have won. You know, besides the fact that he fell off. I also love how he's just so cowardly and sniveling when he's grabbed by the beast, then given a chance to leave, and instead he backstabs the guy who let him off the hook. Yeah, his death is pretty well deserved here. Overall, an amazing villain. one that you don't really get the full evil picture of until that last act. But it's well built up to and makes perfect sense within the narrative. It's crazy to think that all he wanted this whole time was some Taco Bell. Like, come on, dude, there were way less nefarious ways of getting that. Just like with the ranking I made of every Disney animation movie, you can probably tell from the way this villain list turned out that I generally don't care for the older Disney films as much as the Renaissance or even some 2000s films. There's a lot of good stuff pre-Little Mermaid.
Yep.
Little Mermaid onward is where Disney really started pumping out the genuine masterpieces, which also happened to have some of their best villains. I wasn't really sure if any classic baddies would make their way this high, and I was especially convinced after Cruella and Maleficent didn't quite land there for me. Yeah, so I completely forgot about a certain amazing someone who I legitimately can't find anything wrong with. Give it up for my favorite.
Oh, I
tiny
forgot.
Disney villain.
I forgot. Yeah, it's Captain Hook. I forgot about him. I don't know how I forgot about Captain Hook. Oh, well, now we know what the rest of the ranking's going to be like. What? The top 4 is Ursula, Hades, Frollo, and Scar.
Captain Hook. This guy basically runs the entire gambit of what you can do with a villain. Aside from being an interesting / tragic character, but you know, we didn't really need that from him. He's hysterical.
No, not really. We just wanted him to be funny.
Slapstick out of any Disney film. On top of a great rapport with Shmi and countless other killer bits. One of the first things he does is shoot a member of his crew who's playing the accordion too loud. Like, he murdered that man. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, no, he literally murdered him.
It's a joke. And the movie just moves on from it entirely. God, I missed the day.
Like, not even mentioning it ever again,
it's
too.
It's really rare and cool to get a villain with this much beef in history with the hero. Like, Peter already cut his hand off and fed it to a crocodile way before the events of the film. So we get to be thrown right in the middle of their rivalry, which is a novel change of pace. I love it. It allows their relationship to be so well defined and fun to watch as they try and one-up each other. I talked about it before, but I adore the fact that he promises Tinkerbell he won't lay hands nor hook on Peter Pan. And instead of just doing the boring...
Yeah, and then he just sends him a bomb.
That promise, he keeps it and instead mails Peter Pan a pipe bomb. Deranged, hilarious, and incredible all at once.
Like, that's actually really genius, because he certainly did not lay a hand or hook on Peter Pan. He didn't.
Good. He's actually fairly clever and capable, serving as a legit threat to the protagonists. And yet he manages to be so entertainingly pathetic and goofy at the same time. It's a really tough balancing act to get right, but he absolutely nails it. Just a complete scene stealer who dominates every moment he's on screen. And so does Shmi, and so does that damn crocodile. Oh my god, what a funny bit. Seriously, Captain Hook is peak. It's hard to argue against that. And this is where I'd rank Tamatoa. If he counted!
Oh, okay.
Well, if it isn't my second favorite Hades. First is Kid Icarus Uprising, don't even ask. Honestly, it's
true.
A funnier Disney villain. Like, I don't know, man. I think our resident Lord of the Underworld easily takes the cake in that department. James Woods sucks, and I mean really
yeah.
sucks. But man, does he imbue what could have been a pretty standard villain with so much delectable charisma and humor. It's a little hard to call Hades a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's kind of hard sometimes to appreciate certain animated characters like this, especially if they're voiced by terrible people. Like, for instance, here, James Woods playing as Hades when James Woods sucks. And it's like also the same as like nowadays, the same as like Kevin Spacey voicing Hopper from A Bug's Life when we know now that Kevin Spacey is now truly evil in real life. It's like sometimes you just gotta separate the art from the artist, you know? You can appreciate an actor's delivery on a certain character, but you also don't have to like the actor, you know? I wish a lot more people just like, you know, gained a grasp on that mindset and could at least accept the fact that we can truly appreciate the art, but don't have to appreciate the artists themselves.
10 phenomenal villain, because he does have some pretty significant weaknesses in terms of servicing his story. I find it insane that he never found out about Hercules still being alive in those 18 years he was planning up this big takeover scheme. Surely at some point he would have talked to Zeus, even if he didn't want to, right? He also lacks a compelling relationship and dynamic with Hercules, probably because he only meets him at the hour and 7-minute mark in the movie when there's only 30 minutes left in the runtime. He plays off his minions and Nutmeg incredibly well for the vast majority of the movie, but you know, I do like when the villain has an interesting relationship with the hero. That would have been nice. And he's the first Disney Renaissance villain to not get his own song. The only one where it's a little outrageous, because it would have fit the tone of the film really well. Everything else about this guy, though, is so peak. There's about 1 million line deliveries from him that stick out in my head. Like, even when a line isn't funny, the way he delivers it is.
Yep.
Mr. Hey, you, get off of my cloud. Oh my god, I love this character so much. They also add such...
I love this I adore this character.
He gets enraged. As if his consistently flaming hair wasn't a cool enough bit of animation. He's got a design that manages to be dark and creepy, while also suiting his comedic personality perfectly. Like, I don't know how they did it. His face screams both sinister ruler of the underworld, and this guy has a funny face. What a feat. And this balance of massive goofball and legit great villain extends to his personality as well. He's the only villain that can sassily chastise Meg's taste in men, and then follow that up a mere 10 seconds later with the actually sinister, I think he does, Meg. I truly think he does. Hercules is my all-time favorite Disney film for a variety of reasons, but aside from maybe the music, I think Hades might genuinely be the best element of the entire film. Despite his flaws,
so he's changed his opinion on Beauty and the Beast being his favorite Disney film. Now it's Hercules.
Where even the people who hate this movie say, yeah, he's pretty good. There's just this delicious energy to him. That's the only word I can use to describe it. He's deliciously petty, deliciously methodical, deliciously funny.
Yeah.
Every second he's on screen elevates the movie so much.
Yeah, his evilness is just delicious.
I do think the whole not meeting Hercules sooner than the final act thing does stick out a little poorly. But other than that, he's an absurdly fantastic, entertaining, and effective villain. Him stringing Meg along the entire movie is enough to get you to root against him, I think. And yeah, it was really funny when he said,
dude, Hades has so many
Hades quote here. Oh, what a practical joke.
Dude, he has so many quotable lines. It's so good. He's so good.
Crazy sister.
You know, all things considered, Ursula doesn't really have a lot of screen time over the course of this movie. She kind of just makes her deal with Ariel and then sits back and watches her flounder for the most part, only getting directly involved at the last minute. It's also crazy how none of this dragged her down in the rankings one bit. Because, oh my god, she is and will always be one of the greatest Disney villains. Every line delivery and facial expression that comes from her is unbearably malice-filled and memorable. And she's consistently funny throughout the entire film. Such a dramatic diva who sprinkles so much personality onto every last line of dialogue she has. Like, a normal, boring-ass villain would probably deliver a line like, "Life's full of tough choices, isn't it?" But who needs that when we have Ursula going,
"Life's full of tough choices, isn't it?"
That one
In it.
what a winning and delightful
That one delivery.
all while racking up a terrifying collection of poor unfortunate souls who couldn't abide by her terms and conditions. Okay, to her credit though, she does clearly lay all of that out for Ariel. Like, yeah, she tries to sabotage her after the deal is struck, but she was still pretty upfront about owning Ariel's soul if she couldn't get Eric to kiss her. She doesn't need to use tricky green hoppy metaphors like Dr. Facilier. She owns the kind of deal maker she is, and that honestly makes me respect her way more as a villain. It's like, this sounds like the worst deal in the world. Losing your voice and potentially your entire soul just to chase a hot piece of ass. But damn it, Ursula is just so convincing.
Come on, Eric is better than that.
Ariel for going through with this. Everyone knows what a great villain song Poor Unfortunate Souls is. It builds and builds.
You know, to be honest, despite how much I don't like the live action Little Mermaid, I feel like it at least did Eric pretty well. At least in my eyes.
From from its slow, sinister start to a bombastic climax. And Pat Carroll's always excellent vocal deliveries really get to shine here. And it's a great touch that she just leaves Ariel to drown afterwards. Again, she never said anything about bringing her to the surface. I just find that funny. All the stuff in the latter half of the movie with hypnotizing Eric and finally fulfilling her master gambit of taking Triton's crown for herself are rad as well. This doesn't seem like the kind of villain where it makes sense for her to turn into a kaiju, but oh my god, does it work. The climax is so fun, her death scene is sick. Oh my god, I have nothing but good things to say about Ursula. One of the most iconic Disney villains for very good reason. And if you don't agree, then maybe you should take another look at her body language.
See, that's the thing, Shen. Scars heal.
I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with Scar's resume, you know? Like, he legit won. He did it. He set out to kill his brother and steal the throne, and that's exactly.
He killed his brother, conquered the throne, nearly killed his nephew in the process. Plus, he's just so evil. Like Scar is just so evil, and I absolutely adore it. Plus, Jeremy Irons' performance as Scar, like, it just puts Scar on an entirely new level. Like, he's just that good.
Exactly what he did. He was overthrown like a decade later, but until then, yeah, the Pride Lands were his. He is arguably the most accomplished Disney villain out of all of them, which already earns him a ton of points. But as an added bonus, he's also one of the most entertaining and delightful villains to watch. Jeremy Irons' voice just drips with malevolence, delivering a ton of dark, but also dryly funny lines. As if his Machiavellian aims weren't good enough, he's also an absolute self-obsessed diva who commands the screen every single time he appears. It's so sick how he constantly manipulates and gaslights Simba, including making him believe he was responsible for his father's death. As if killing the man wasn't enough, you're gonna convince his son that it was his fault? Unbelievable. And
yeah, no, that's just unbelievably evil.
To an amazing villain.
Just
one for the animation history.
Absolutely crazy.
Some people take issue with the fact that he's not really interesting as king, just kind of a petulant child who doesn't know shit about running a kingdom. But like, that's completely in line with his character in the first half of the movie. That was who he always was. And he serves as a great contrast to Mufasa as king, an absolutely selfish leader only looking out for number one. Plus, I think the main thing that still perfectly props him up is the fact that he's still as sharp as ever when Simba returns in the final act. He's still perfectly capable of manipulating Simba to the edge of a cliff, with no one leaping to help him because they all still think Mufasa's death was on him. He was just brought down by his hubris and his desire to get one last gloat in over his evil plan. And then later, his silver tongue is his undoing when he talks shit about the hyenas and they turn on him. Poetic cinema, baby. I really love how there are two instances where Scar doomed himself because he just couldn't shut the fuck up. It's very in line with the self-obsessed diva-ish character. Oh yeah, I forgot to write this in the script, but he also has one of the best villain songs of all time. You already know this though. Overall, a sensational villain I have no real problems with. He's a blast and a menace to watch from start to finish. But the top spot just barely eluded him. Because, well...
Yeah, you really can't beat Frollo. There's no way you can beat him.
Even close. I knew going into this that no other Disney villain
Judge Claude Frollo
stood a chance against Judge Claude Frollo.
Yep.
The single most evil character to ever come out of Walt Disney Animation Studios. He actively persecutes marginalized groups, murders a woman in cold blood on the steps of a church, and then
yeah, because like you think Scar is deliciously evil. Well, then take that and then put it on an entirely new level. That's where Frollo is. He's beyond despicable. He's beyond vile. He is beyond threatening. He is beyond evil. And I absolutely love Frollo.
attempts to drown her baby in a well solely because it's ugly. And this is just the first 5 minutes of the movie. I'm consistently shocked by the lengths they go to portray him as monstrous in every sense of the word. He basically embodies most of Mother Gothel's entire role as a villain, keeping someone locked away and lying about their heritage in order to make sure they stay put. And yet, this is just the tip of the iceberg with Frollo. Like, telling Quasimodo, when your heartless mother abandoned you, anyone else would have drowned you, doesn't even crack the top 5 most evil things he does in this movie.
Yep.
We're talking about a guy who gives advice to a professional torturer over the best way to whip someone so they experience the most pain possible. And again, that doesn't even crack the top 5. Just when you think it can't get any worse, he starts lusting over Esmeralda, and this lust leads him to burn down Paris in search of her. Did I mention the hair sniffing scene? I should probably mention that. Not to mention, he gets by far the best villain song in all of Disney. And if you're asking me, in all
Hellfire
of Disney,
is
it really exemplifies
amazing.
the most twisted thing about
It is near
the fact that
perfection.
He believes himself to be righteous in the eyes of God. An entirely delusional notion that unfortunately can and has been echoed by a lot of people in real life. Frollo is so disturbing because he's the most realistic Disney villain. His racism, his sexual degeneracy, and his attempts to use religion as a shield and sometimes an excuse for his actions are precisely what make him so horrifying. And the direction supports this as well as the writing. He's animated so sinisterly, with hellish colors overtaking his face in the final battle. Plus, the visuals of Hellfire are entirely his delusions. They give us a fascinating glimpse into his psyche and how he conceptualizes this internal conflict. He's equally as interesting as he is devilish, which is quite a feat considering he's willing to burn an innocent family alive just as a warning. He tries to stab Quasimodo in the back and kill him while pretending to comfort him. I swear to God, all I have to do to prove he should be #1 is just list the things he does in the movie. You just do not get better than this. Or I guess worse than this. Frollo is by far my pick for the greatest Disney villain of all time. And you know what? After running the numbers, he might just be my pick for the greatest animated villain of all time. Well,
and that is massive praise right
Let me
there.
know in the comments if you're upset with me that I didn't include the First Order Stormtroopers from Ralph Breaks the Internet. I found this list of Disney villains on the Disney Villains fandom wiki, and it just lists them as
Why are they there? What the fuck?
Parentheses redeemed. I guess he did apologize after hitting DW, so that checks out. Anyway, join me for my next ranking, which I arbitrarily decided to keep top secret, just because that sounded fun. I don't know. Here is a hint image to help you figure out what the topic will be. Okay, that's all you're getting. See you next week, maybe. It'll be the penultimate installment of the Schaefer-less Sandwich 6 after all. You can't miss that. Good night. Insert location tied to a Disney villain here.
Bruh.
Arbitrarily decided to keep top secret,
Like,
just because that sounded fun. I don't know. Here is a...
So this is the hint for Schaefer-less's next video. So I see Tamatoa. I see Nigel Thornberry, Big Weld. I see Finn McMissile. I see King Harold from Shrek. Lenny, Jesse, Medusa, and the principal from school, from Recess. And then King Neptune. I honestly do not know what this topic would be. Huh.
A hint image to help you figure out what the topic will be. Okay, that's all you're getting. After
Man, no, that's it. Honestly, this is as good as a video as you're going to get from Schaefer Ellis. The guy knows what he's talking about. Like, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to this stuff. And honestly, it's just another great video from Schaefer Ellis. I love his work. Guys, make sure you're subscribed to him. He is truly wonderful. He does a lot of videos on film, animation. He does video game topics. Like, he just does so much. And you honestly love to see it. But yeah, that is going to be it for this stream. I hope you all enjoyed. As we come back to here, I'm going to And I'm going to grab our video game music we're going to use for our outro here real quick. But yeah, no, thank you so much, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. It was a really fun stream to just relax, you know, do stuff. Like, just like do stuff that was just, you know, just to do some relaxing stuff. And it was honestly fun. So let me see. What's a good outro music I can use here? Something I want something that's like, no, not Hades music. I got copyrighted last time. Ooh, maybe this one. Yeah, maybe that one. Did it come up? Okay. Yep. All right. So yeah, no, that is going to be it for me. Thank you all so much for watching. This is my first IRL cam stream. Tomorrow is up in the air whether I'm streaming or not. Depends on how I'm feeling, but I feel like other than that, I'll hopefully be able to see you all tomorrow, hopefully, if I do stream. But if I don't, I will see you all next week. So yeah, that is going to be it from me. So I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your night, and I'll see you all next time. Take care.